Welcome, everybody. Howdy. Let's see if everybody can hear us. If everyone would, or if someone could just give me a thumbs up or a chime in, let us know. Oh, thanks, John. Perfect. Okay. Wonderful, wonderful. Okay, thank you, everyone. We are sorry, we ran into a few little technical glitches here this morning, but I think we're on our way. I would like to ask everybody, as a reminder, we are recording. So what we'd like to do is if everybody could go ahead and I see most everybody does have their cameras off. That would help us in expediting and ensuring that the day that we're able to avoid having a lot of extra room on our webinar today. Okay, let me see if I can pull up. Oh, there we are. Okay, sorry. All right, well, as I mentioned, howdy and welcome to our annual Texas Action for Healthy Kids Summit. My name is Alice Kirk, and I'm with Texas A&M AgriLife Extension, and I also serve where I am a child health specialist for Extension, but I'm also very honored to serve as the chair for Texas Action for Healthy Kids, working alongside Ms. Michelle Smith, who is our Texas State Coordinator for Action for Healthy Kids. And today and tomorrow, I will be serving as your MC for our virtual conference. So first off, to kick off, let's go through a couple of logistics. So if everyone would please ensure that they are on mute and recall that you can listen in on your phone or computer speakers. If you do have some questions, please feel free to put them in the chat box. We are hoping that today's conference is going to be very informative. We are looking forward to dialogue and have just a great group of panelists set up to talk on a variety of topics. So please feel free to put into the chat. Also, before we kick off, let's make sure everybody introduces themselves, please. So rename yourself with your name and organization, if you can, on your, as you are presenting, or list it something in the chat so that we have an idea of who's with us today. And I will pause here for a minute or two so that we can ensure we've given everybody enough time to make sure they have their name and organization.
And if you want to rename yourself, go to participants and click on that little down arrow, and it will give you an option for more. And then you can, or click on your name in the participant list, and you will be able to rename yourself.
Okay, perfect. That will certainly expedite things as if I have an opportunity to call on any of you during today's session. Okay. I would actually also like to see a show of hands right now. If this is your first time attending one of our TAHK annual summits, does anybody want to raise a hand or would love to get a feel for? Oh, yay. Hi, Brandy. Oh, and Melissa, thank you. Great. We always welcome some new people. Oh, Kirsten. Martin, thank you. Olivia, it's great. We love to see some new people attending our conference every year. And as people are continuing to work on their names and have a show of hands, I'd like to start with a little bit of background about who we are as Action for Healthy Kids. So we've actually been engaged and worked with schools around nutrition and physical activity since back in 2002, when Dr. David Satcher, in his role as Surgeon General, declared that we had an obesity epidemic. And during that time, teams from across the US gathered in Washington to work on strategies on how we could impact the obesity epidemic through schools and find ways to impact children's health. And so since that time, we've really expanded the vision to not only focus on the nutrition and physical activity, but also to encompass the whole child model with the goal of having children active and healthy and ready to learn each day. And that's really our overall mission and goal. What you see here is I would be remiss if I did not recognize the amazing and robust active steering committee that Texas Action for Healthy Kids is very honored to have. We have representatives from a variety of foundations, organizations, agencies that really help to shape our initiatives and support our collaborations statewide. And I do want to call special attention to our steering committee officers. So Michelle Smith as our state coordinator, Miss Sandy Bristow, our vice chair, who represents all of our foundation, and then Miss Tricia Mauser, who serves as our secretary and is also representing the Texas Association for School Nutrition and Texas Academy of Nutrition and Dietetics. And as you can see, I'm not going to read all these names for you, but we've got a really great steering committee that meets monthly and works on a variety of school health and child health goals and initiatives. And so thank you to all of our steering committee members. You'll be hearing from many of them throughout the next 2 days, some who are helping to moderate sessions, some who will be present during our wrap up and events at at the end of today and tomorrow. So thank you to our steering committee. So let's take a look at what we have been up to in 2021. And again, this is just a little bit of background, especially for some of our new attendees who maybe aren't as familiar with Action for Healthy Kids. We have been very busy in 2021. And I'm not going to read all these to you, but as you can see, we have supported the awarding of at least 24 school level grants and 4 district grants during this past year. We have over 4,000 members who have registered to be members of Texas Action for Healthy Kids. And that's by far the largest membership of any state as far as Action for Healthy Kids members. And this past year, in concert with our steering committee, we have been working to establish a chat network that will really help us to engage and just be able to communicate more effectively with shacks across the state, especially as we are moving into legislative sessions. And we are currently working on a website that is scheduled to launch a little bit later this month. And so please, certainly those of you that have registered here for today's conference will get information about that as well as follow-up emails. But that SHAC webinar, a SHAC network website should be open soon. And then lastly, but not to be remiss, we have been very busy this year hosting a variety of webinars on everything from diversity, equity, and inclusion to sessions that centered around PE and the health TEKs, as well as advocacy, school nutrition. We had a town hall last month as well that focused around these areas. And as you can see here on the screen, we have been working on a couple of marketing and educational one-pagers. And these are just some quick snapshot pictures of what those look like. They're colorful, they're informative, And again, these are parts of some of the resources that will be available to you on the SHAC Network website. But then when we send out follow-up information after our summit, we'll also get information about how you can access some of these resources that might be helpful as you're reaching out to either community members or to schools and communicating with your SHAC members. Lastly, I want to send a great big thank you to all of today's presenters, all of our moderators and SHAC steering committee members who have helped pull together for today's and tomorrow's event, as well as to some amazing youth that we have that are representing both the Oliver Foundation and Dairy Max that are going to be joining us via some pre-recorded messages over the next 2 days. You'll be hearing from the youth on their thoughts on a variety of topics as they kind of relate to the session presentations that will be hosted today and tomorrow. So thank you to our youth. Each of them were given some prompting questions and they did a great job sharing their voice, which we think is incredibly important as we're moving forward and working together on school and youth health issues. Okay, and so I want to kick off. Our first panel will start shortly, but before our panel starts, here is our first prompting question. We asked our youth to kind of talk about what their school has done to be supportive or inclusive of youth in their community and their schools. And here is our first group of kids.
We are unable to hear the audio.
Oh, thank you.
Let's see if it's working now.
At high school, including someone means the most.
Can you hear it now?
Yes.
Okay. I guess if I'm on mute, that means the audio is on mute. I apologize. I will replay.
At high school, including someone means the most, including maybe a new student, whether they don't fit it or not, we help them to do that. And that's what makes our school special. We always make people feel welcome here.
Because of the large age difference between WAIT students, older students are able to pass down wisdom and personal experiences to younger students.
Thank you, Michelle. If we can go to the next slide. Okay. So our very first session and kind of our kickoff for our conference today, I'm really thrilled to have Ms. Denise Blackman, who is the Program Partnership Manager for Be a Champion, help moderate our session for today. And the theme of our first panel is we all have a story to tell. And I think in the current climate, we absolutely all have a voice and a story to tell. And Denise is going to walk us through our panelists. And Denise, take it away.
All right. Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me okay?
And this one.
If you, I think I hear
Yes.
this. Okay, give me a thumbs up. If you are familiar with Zoom, you can go down to your reaction at the bottom of your screen. Mine's at the bottom, and you can click on thumbs up. That would help me so I could see everyone in there to make sure that you can hear me today. But good morning, everyone. My name is Denise Blackman, and I am the Program Partnership Manager for Be a Champion, Inc. I'll share a little bit more about that in just a second. Can we go on to the next slide, please? Yes. All right. So let me start off and say, I know that it's, what time is it? 11:45. As we're entering into the lunchtime, either you're going to love me or you're going to hate me. This is going to be a very organic conversation, hoping that we will be able to get some audience to answer some questions. And I may ask you to use some emojis and things like that, just so I can make sure that everybody is engaged and with me throughout this time, because this is a very, very important conversation that we're having today. And I want to thank the Texas Action for Healthy Kids for you all to allow me to serve as a moderator. So we all have a story to tell, the importance of family and community partnership with schools. I think that resonates or should resonate with us all, because when it comes to health and wellness initiatives and to support our students, there really is no blueprint for that, because really it's based on the needs of our schools. It's based on the needs of the students and learning the families and the communities and all the very things that they need. And so today our goal is through our panels, our panelist discussion is we're going to have a very organic time where they'll be able to share with you things that they have done through their family, school, and community partnerships that have been successful in their space. Be mindful of that as we go through the discussion and as you learn, hopefully there will be some best practices that you'll be able to take away. Also, maybe you'll have to tweak it a little bit to accommodate the what works for you and your community. But we will have a time at the end where we're going to do a call to action, where we'll have an open discussion and hope that you all will be able to share with us some things and how you're going to plan to impact and implement the best practices and strategies that you learned today. All right, next slide, please. Okay, so as I shared before, my name is Denise Blackman. I am the Program Partnership Manager for Be a Champion. Be a Champion, our primary role is we provide, if you aren't familiar with that, we're located in Texas. In the Houston area is our main headquarter, but we support all across Texas, supporting families and students by providing meals in our Champion Fuel program. So we provide free meals in partnership with the Texas Department of Agriculture. And in addition to that, we also support in various educational resources where we provide tutoring, after school support and care, and which during COVID, we've really done a lot of work with bringing in substitute teachers and supporting families in that area. But the Champion Fuel is really designed to address those food insecurities that we have in our underserved communities. So very proud to be a part of the organization. And my role is to really just help with the family and community partnerships, to just help bridge that gap and further engage with like-minded persons, help to build our brand throughout districts and schools. A little bit about me that may be more interesting to you is I have 10 years of family and community engagement experience. These are all the different entities and things that I've supported. I worked for Fort Bend ISD for 8 years, and through that I worked with a lot of varied community partners and went from grassroots working in schools, from no partnership when it came to health and wellness initiatives to really building a culture and climate where we recognize the importance that our community partners have, that families have, to make sure that our students are successful and have the wraparound services and the resources that they need to be successful. As you see, I've worked with various entities such as our Title I schools, faith-based organizations, health and wellness organizations. Very proud to say I've been a SHAC member for Fort Bend ISD for the last 8 years. And if those of you are not familiar with Fort Bend, we have about 80 schools, 79,000 students, and equally about the same number of staff. I have 4 kids, so 17 years in varied parent organizations, goes right across the gamut. And then I also help to present across the state when it comes to relationship building and family and community engagement. So that gives you a little bit about me. Thought it was important to share that information because as I moderate, hopefully you'll be able to see that lens and have a true understanding of the why and the questions that I'll be asking on today. Next slide, please. All right, so I wanted to start off with a couple of quotes. The first one, there is no doubt that when family engagement is developed in true partnership, it has the ability to positively impact students' academic, social, and emotional growth, even within distressed communities. And I just wanted to take a moment to rest on that a little bit. And if one person, are we allowed to do that? So I apologize if I misstep. If one person is able to unmute and kind of share what do they feel like that quote means to them. Don't know if we have that ability, so.
Yeah, everybody's able to unmute themselves.
Okay, everybody is able to unmute, so come on, y'all. I see tons of people on here. There's no right or wrong answer, but when you look at that, no doubt family engagement is developed in true partnership, has the ability to positively impact students. Does anyone want to comment on what that means to them?
Yeah, I'll take a shot at it. So I have a unique background in the sense that I've been both a campus administrator and a central office administrator. I know when I was at the campus level, having that parent input is so critical. I mean, it drives everything that we do, and having them on all of our committees and CIP, principal advisory committee. We as campus administrators, we have a vision of what we want, but how does that vision fit into what our families want is the hard part. And we can't do that without the input of all those families. I mean, we may think we know what's important, but if we don't live in the same neighborhoods as our schools, we may not have a clear picture of that. And so parents really bring that to the table, and it gives us an opportunity to say, okay, this is what I thought was important for this campus, but it's not as important as maybe some other things are. And you have to have those parents and those community members to help drive that process.
Exactly. Well spoken. Thank you so much for sharing that, because like you said, you have to have parent and family engagement is key. And what I want everyone to remember, another key takeaway is engagement, and not involvement, engagement. Involvement is when you have a person attend event, but what we're looking for is engagement, to have that meaningful dialogue, just like he shared with us, is to have a seat at the table, because that helps us to better identify what the needs are of those families and the communities. And also, because sometimes we may think we're supposed to go in one direction and there may be some other pressing matters that have to be addressed. And then two, the thing that happens is it creates buy-in. When you have that engagement, you have them sitting at the table from the beginning to have these conversations, then it creates the buy-in that's needed to have that long-term sustainability that we're looking for. So thank you so much for your insight. I appreciate that. And if you don't mind to go ahead and mute again, and then we'll move on to the next slide, John. Thank you. Next slide, please. And then here's another quote: never doubt that a small group of thoughtful, committed citizens can change the world. Indeed, it is the only thing that ever has. And so I won't put anyone on the spot, but what I wanted you to really glean from this is, because when it comes to community, it doesn't have to be large. It's what you have at hand. So always be mindful of that. Such a small group of persons can make a strong impact when it comes to community engagement. It's a great start. It helps to create that foundation. And so wherever you are, and as you hear and listen to the things that we're sharing today, wherever your walk is, remember that it could be starting small, or maybe you're at, in a space where you're really able to do a lot of work with a lot of very community partners. But wherever you are, there's definitely value in that space. Next slide, please. And so overall, like we say, family and community engagement is the key to success. When looking at my work and when I was on the school campus, there's no way that I could not have done it without family and community, working with churches, working with businesses, both large and small. Everyone is key to the success of our students, and we have to be mindful of that. All right, so now we're going to go in, and I'm going to, next slide, please. I'm going to introduce our guest panelists on today. And just to give you an overview of what's going to happen is, so each of our panelists is going to share a little bit about what their family and community partnership looks like in their particular spaces. Then during that time, I'll be asking some questions. And then I'm going to ask you to, if you have any questions that you would like to dig deeper into the particular conversations, please take time to jot those down. And then at the end, we'll have a time where we'll take some audience questions. So you'll be able to provide some feedback to gain some insight or some points of clarity where needed. And then after we're done with the panel discussion, you all are able to ask those questions. Then, as I shared before, we'll have a call to action where we'll have an open conversation. And based on what you learned today, we would love to hear what best practices and what key takeaways you plan on doing based on the information that you have today. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and just briefly introduce those persons that are on our panelists today. And then after that, I'll ask for them to come in and to share, as I said, about their potential, their specific family and community partnership and how they've gone about to do that. So first we have Julie Nelson and Kendall Mowers. Both of them are from Harrington Elementary and Round Rock ISD. I know Julie is the principal there, and then Kendall was also with Round Rock ISD. So if you could please unmute and show your cameras at this time, that would be great. Then, as our team shared earlier, we have both Kayla, Katana. We're having youth voice today. And so our youth voice is Kayla Katana, and she's a student ambassador with Fuel Up to Play 60 with Spring Branch ISD. And so glad to have you today, Kayla. And then finally, we have Micah Holcomb. And Micah Holcomb is with Texas A&M AgriLife Extension, also a SHAC member of Cameron ISD. So Julie, Kendall, Kayla, Micah, we're so glad to have you today. And let's go ahead and start off with Julie and Kendall sharing about their family school partnership and what that looks like at their school and district.
Thank you for having us today. We're having some trouble turning our cameras on, but I hope that you can still hear me.
Yes, I can.
I am Kendall Mowers. I'm a kindergarten teacher at Harrington Elementary School, and I've been teaching for 19 years. And I have Julie Nelson, my school principal, here with me today. As you mentioned, we're from Round Rock ISD. Round Rock is in Central Texas, which is right outside of Austin. We have almost 50,000 students in Round Rock. We have 56 schools, 7 high schools, 11 middle schools, and 35 elementary schools, as well as 3 alternative learning campuses. Here at Harrington, our school was built in 2010, and Julie and I both have been here since the beginning, since the opening. It's an elementary campus, and we serve pre-K through 5th grade. It's a pretty diverse campus as well. We have 27 different languages that are spoken on our campus. We're a Spanish language and cultural institute here at Harrington, meaning that all students on our campus attend Spanish as one of their specials classes. We actually began as a dual language program campus, meaning that 2 classes per grade level when we started were able to receive instruction in both English and Spanish. And at that time, almost 40% of our campus population were Spanish speaking students. As a dual language campus, we hosted a dual language night that included dances and speeches and food and special projects from all of the dual language classes on campus. And that dual language program and dual language night were really a huge stepping stone in establishing the partnerships within our community. We have such a large buy-in because of that program. And we started to get such a large buy-in because of it that we converted it over to the Spanish Language Culture Institute that allowed all students on our campus to participate in that same opportunity and receive instruction in the Spanish language. Another huge part of establishing relationships and partnerships in our community is our PTA on campus. Our PTA has been vital to our community partnerships and our operations as a campus in general. The PTA president even serves on our campus site-based decision-making team. And Julie can speak a little more to the relationship building part of that, but I know that she and our campus administrators have worked very hard to cultivate a strong relationship with the PTA, and it's really paid off dividends. Our PTA supports us in our endeavors across our campus, along with coordinating our social media presence and volunteer needs, our watchdog program. Our PTA is always there to support our campus endeavors. For example, in January, just this year, we hosted a self-care fair for our beginning of the semester in service. And we really wanted it to be a beneficial and engaging PD for staff, especially after coming back from that 2-week Christmas break. And the PTA jumped in and helped out with the self-care fair and donated door prizes galore and just really made it exciting and fun for us and ran with the idea with us. And they do that with pretty much everything we take on. Along with our PTA, we have partnered with 2 churches in our area that have also helped in several areas around the campus. One of the churches, the Redeemer Church, really took us under their wing as a new campus when we opened in 2010. And they run our campus reading program, where they have volunteers that they partner up with different students on campus that need a little bit of extra support and just a little extra time in reading. The other church has even allowed us to use their facilities for our back to school in services. I think that was the year that our administration chose our growth mindset as our yearly theme. And we heard a really excellent growth mindset speaker and completed a fun growth mindset scavenger hunt to kick off our in-service. Our administration here chooses a yearly theme to kind of focus on throughout the year. And several of our themes have gone hand in hand with family and community partnerships, such as leadership, joy, serving our community. We even had one that was called Hawks University that kicked off our campus cohorts about student engagement, behavior, and SEL as a part of our work with the Holdsworth Institute. Oh, my video is turning on. Let me turn it on real quick. There we go. As a campus, we've gone through several changes in our 12 years. Our school was built in a developing neighborhood in an area that has had exponential growth. We went from 5 sections of kindergarten when I first started. That was our very first year. And we grew up to 10 sections of kindergarten just last year. And a new school recently opened last summer in a neighboring subdivision. So we are back to 6 sections of kindergarten this school year. So just in growth alone, we've gone through several changes. And then of course, we've got the pandemic. The pandemic has caused us to think outside of the box in order to maintain the relationships with our community and still make our families continue to feel like a part of the school, like our doors are open, like they are really welcomed here. So we're really excited to be here with you guys today.
Kendall, you're going to need to mute while Julie talks, otherwise y'all are having an echo problem. So thanks.
Yeah, and thank you, Kendall, for sharing. And before I ask a couple of questions specifically about the partnerships that you all have, Julie, is there any more insight that you would like to provide before I ask you all a couple of questions? And if you could unmute, please, Julie. Thank you.
We had the volume turned down because we're actually in the same room and we were getting feedback. So we actually missed what you just said. So we were like looking at each other like, oh yeah. So can you tell me what you just said? And then I can pop on.
Absolutely. Don't you love technology? I'm just saying,
yes.
we are constantly lifelong learners with technology. But yeah, so I was just saying, Julie, before I go in and ask some specific questions about some of the partnerships that you have formed, I did want to allow you the opportunity. Julie, is there anything else that you would want to share before I go into some specific questions regarding those partnerships?
I mean, Kendall is amazing and she did an awesome job just kind of summarizing everything that we do. She's our kindergarten team leader and she's just provided amazing leadership for us these last 10, almost 11 years here on our campus. So she did a great job. I think the only thing I would just kind of add to what she said, just about, when she talks through about the churches and the relationships we have with them and our PTA and just the families overall. I really believe that it's our relationships that we have that allows all those things to take place. And I think sometimes in school leadership, maybe some people feel that it's a waste of time to chit chat or to just spend time getting to know people. And I just would challenge that because I really believe that the relationships that we have, whether it's myself with the PTA or the teachers with the parents, building those relationships and getting to know them as people and them to know us as people, I think has made all the difference. And I think that's how we've always had, no matter, you know, in all 11 years, we've had fantastic relationships with our PTA, but a lot of time is invested in building those relationships and understanding one another and what goals and visions that people have and the input, and then serving each other in that capacity. And really the same thing with the churches. When we first started out here, I mean, I went and attended, and like, I have a church home of my own, but I went to the church and thanked them. And, you know, I think it went a long way with the pastor and the people in the church, and like the thank you cards that we send them, and the relationships that we build. Like when they come out and serve us lunch, we visit with them. They actually provide a box that we can put prayer requests in. And our staff is just genuine in showing the love and appreciation that the churches, you know, everything that they do for us, that they see that we are authentically feeling blessed by them. And I think that those relationships is what continues to allow them to want to continue the relationship. And then a few years later, they're like, how about we do the reading mentor program? Awesome, let's do it. Or, you know, I think that because of the connections and the relationships, they're willing to partner with us and in our PTA in the same capacity. And while they support us, when they haven't, like, we want to do the carnival, our teachers show up for it, you know, and our teachers volunteer for things. And so just like they support us in what we do, we support them in their initiatives. And really the initiatives become combined initiatives. So that, you know, when I wanted to do a self-care fair for our staff, when I mentioned it to them, we could really use your support, they were already on board, and it became something we did together. And they're like, we can provide lunch for you guys. We can provide this, you know, and it becomes more of like, we're doing this together, whether it's something that they're initiating or that I'm initiating. And I do believe that that's actually, even from our beginning, you know, with our dual language program, that's really kind of what happened, was that there was so much hype around it and the parents were so excited to have it, that it allowed us to have a lot of just little sit down conversations around, I mean, the weather or what the kids are doing in their baseball and all those kind of things that allow you to get to know them and them you. And from there, it just becomes a partnership that like unlocks or ignites what might happen.
I am so happy that you said all of that. Look, I need you just to do my presentations whenever I go to different places, because you just put it, you just summed it all up. Because what I like that you all are talking about is really when it comes to relationship building, you've done it all. You've gone from the beginning, recognizing that parents' voice is important, and sitting down and having those conversations is key. Like you said, that's when you're able to learn those needs and to really get a true understanding. And based off of the needs that the families are having, then you're able to go in and to identify those gaps and to put things in place to help support those parents. And that's what ends up having that long-lasting partnership, like you said, as you've expounded with churches, and then the parents are coming and saying, what do you need? One of the things I think that we always have to remember is it's so important to go through that process, because when you go through that process, you have that long-term systemic change. And what I'm hearing from you all is that you don't even have to ask anymore. You know, there's not a huge ask, because you have that culture and climate that's established there. And then whenever you need, the parents and the community partners, they automatically come in and it's like, how can I help? How can I come alongside you? So you've done an excellent job, and I want to commend you for just really sharing that true relationship building cycle. And so one of the questions I think I want to ask you all is, so as you've built this, we all know that COVID has impacted what family and community community engagement has looked like. And so when you have such a strong group, a strong culture and climate of parents and families and community that are used to engaging with one another, and then COVID happens, how did that impact when it came to family and community engagement? And what did you do if you had to redirect and just make sure that you could still keep that intact?
You got it, or you want me?
Take it. We've kind of had to think outside of the box about a lot of things, a lot of the systems that we had in place. And like you said, all the relationships that we had. We are so used to having our parents in the classroom, in the school. And because of COVID, we haven't been able to do that. So for simple things like Meet the Teacher Night, we provided a virtual Meet the Teacher Night. For things like parent conferencing, we provide virtual conferencing, or if they're comfortable coming into the classroom, we allow them the choice in that, whatever they're comfortable with. We've had to get very technological with things this year and last year in order to make them still feel like a part of the school.
And that being
Also,
said, I like the fact, oh, I'm sorry, go ahead, Julie.
that piece about the parent conferences.
We've lost you, Julie. Can't hear you. Can you unmute, please? Well, you're unmuted, but I couldn't hear.
You may need to turn your volume up. Did you turn it down? That's weird.
She'll come over by me.
Let me turn this off. We'll just be on the same.
Appreciate that. Nope, we can't hear you now. You know what? Was it? Can you hear me now? Is that from, was it the Verizon back in the day? I think Verizon had those commercials. Can you hear me now? And I feel myself saying that so often now as we deal with technology.
And
Okay, can you hear me
I
now?
love how this is just a perfect
Okay, you're gonna turn
example
your volume
of
up.
technology.
Exactly, exactly.
I'm trying to remember. Oh, an example of something that we did was we also still wanted to have those like authentic moments. I did a coffee with the principal. I've done it ever since we opened the school. And once a month, parents come in and I just sit around and talk with them and they ask me whatever questions that they have. And then I answer them to the best of my ability. And when COVID hit, we couldn't do that. And so what I did was I changed it to where I sent an email out and there was a link where they could ask me questions. And then from there, I record it. And so anything that I want to tell them about what's going on or any new initiatives we're doing, I put in and then I specifically answer all their questions. And then I send it out and they know it comes out the first Friday of every month. And so I'm able to get their questions still, and I'm able to still show my heart, I guess, because that's what's really, like, I can answer the question, like just even the question, can they come in for lunch? And right now, our school district doesn't allow visitors still in the building. And of course, our parents would love to. And so we've created like a picnic table outside. We've done a lot of different things, but I could just put in an email, you're not allowed to come in for lunch. But with me doing the coffee, I'm able to like tell them in a way that's like, we know you're important. We want to continue these relationships. We've got to be creative. Right now, you're not able to come in to have lunch yet, but here are some things that we're doing and how we can work around it, and say it with my whole being. So that they can feel and hear and still work to be connected with us. And so we do try and offer like a lot of choice. At nights, they are able to come in the building, but we do have a large percentage of our population who don't want to come in. They are scared. And so by giving them a choice, like if you want to come in for open house, come in and we're here and we are welcoming you. If you don't, we have the whole thing right here for you. And the teachers do a really good job of videoing themselves and just even, little things just to make them feel like they are a part of the classroom and the classroom routines and that kind of thing. So it is definitely a challenge. We've got a lot of We've got our drive-by stuff going really, really well and in sync now when they come by for whatever we're doing. And then we do still have activities at nights and weekends when they can choose to come in. So we do have some things that are in person for those that really want to. We're still doing like the school dance coming up and things like that. But during the school day, they're not allowed in the building. So those are the times that we're just being really creative.
Yeah, so it sounds like you have a smorgasbord of different ways that it comes to engaging families and parents and meeting them where they are. That's what I think that's the main thing that is important throughout this process. And even outside of COVID is that you have to continue to be able to adapt, you know, based on those needs of those families. And I love what you said about, you know, the face-to-face or how we have now the virtual face-to-face, because how many of you have, you know, by a show of hands, when you send a text message, I've been in a situation where I've sent a text message or I've sent an email and I thought my delivery or my lens was from this way, but then when the person read it, they thought completely different. By a show of hands, has anybody ever been in that space as well? If you have, click on your reaction. So I know that you all are still with us and staying engaged. But yes, thumbs up. We've all been in those spaces where, you know, you've had times where you've sent an email or you've sent, you know, some type of communication and you feel that you have the best of intentions, right? You may spend all that time like wording it just so right, but then people still may have a different perception, and perception is key. And so creating those opportunities, like you said, where you're able to be face-to-face with them and have those conversations. And so they can see the genuine and then also the transparency that you have when you have that ongoing. And that's so key when it comes to continuing to foster and to maintain those partnerships. So I thank you all so much for giving us an overview of what you all are doing. I'm going to move on next to our next person, Kayla, and ask her to share. And then what I'm going to do after we get an overview of everyone, I'm going to ask some general questions that I'd love all of the panel to answer. So Kayla, can you please reintroduce yourself? I know I introduced you early on, but if you can introduce yourself and just share with us about family and community partnerships and what that looks like with you.
So my name is Kayla Katana. I am a student at Westchester Academy in the west part of Houston, Texas. And at my school, I am also the president of a team of leaders. And so we focus on teaching other students on how to kind of advocate for themselves and maintain healthy lifestyle choices. That is what we do, and we teach them how to make good decisions based on that and how to prioritize their own mental and physical health. We host after-school meetings where we bring them all together and we give them leadership skills and provide them with nutritional lessons and also engage in physical activities like flag football, ultimate frisbee, and different things like that. And so one of the main things that we do is something called Shared Table, which is a program at my school that we established a few years ago, where we teach kids, we give kids the opportunity to give parts of their lunch meals to other students. And so what they do is we have a cart outside of the lunch line at my school in the cafeteria, and students can drop off things like their milk, their prepackaged snacks, and different fruits. And so we collect those fruits and those milks, and we disperse them to different locations around the school. And anytime during the day or even after school, students can go and collect food for themselves if they're feeling hungry or if they need a nutritional little pick-me-up. And so by doing this, we help to decrease food insecurity at my school, which is a great thing that we kind of aim to do. And it decreases it amongst the student population. And it's also rewarding for the students themselves who give the food, because they feel like they can connect and have a positive impact on the lives of their peers, which is very gratifying for them. And so Shared Table, it educates students on how to raise awareness and just kind of think about the impacts that they have on other people's lives, while also thinking about the importance of nutrition and dairy and fruits and just how it can affect their overall well-being. And we've kind of implemented this for a few years, and my own leadership team, we post this and we post announcements to remind students to do this, and it's been going on very well for the past few years. And so another thing we also do is I am the assistant. I serve as an assistant teacher to my coach. Her name is Coach King, and I work on one-on-one assistance with emerging learners to help them with their physical and written skills. And so I think teaching peer-to-peer is something very good because it helps students relate to my own personal experiences because I've been in their shoes. And so it's something that we really enjoy doing at my school as well. And it also combines different aspects of the different organizations I'm in so that we can cater it to the students I teach, because I teach younger age students in middle school and even some in the lower high school levels. And so I kind of get around to kind of teaching a bunch of different grades and seeing their own outlooks on life because they're all different. And that's the diversity in it is very important to me because I feel like trying to represent everyone is really important in school, because in a community, it's a bunch of different backgrounds and experiences and just beliefs that make up a school, especially since our school, Westchester Academy, is all of SBISD. So we get students from many walks of life. And so this opportunity to teach other students gives me leadership opportunities. I pass on those leadership opportunities to my students, and I give them the skills to advocate for themselves, especially to talk to adults, because they're not used to talking to adults in their own school setting. And so I make them more comfortable, and I also just make them feel like they can talk and converse with other people, which is something that's really important. And so the last thing I do at school is I also am a part of the Student Health Advisory Council at my school. I'm the vice president, and I've been the vice president since last year. So I've been in it for a while, and I help to energize kids and teens to be more health conscious. I do community and school outreach projects that encourage lifelong healthy habits. And I also am a role model to other peers to help them just make more nutritional and educated like lifelong habits. So thank you all for having me. I'm very glad to be here.
Okay, Kayla, so first of all, it's obvious you have a fan base because I've seen a lot of people chatting in here. But inquiring minds want to know, you're doing all this, so when do you have time to sleep? You named quite a bit that you're doing, and so that is a phenomenal. It sounds like some great work that's going on. And one of the things that really stood out to me is what you talked about when it comes to diversity, equity, and inclusion, because making sure, like you said, that you have a diversified group of persons and listening to the different ideas and the things that different students have to bring to the table. I think that is so key, because even being in the space, as I've been in previous positions where, having to advocate for DEI, we cannot say that we are raising the flag and can represent all voices. They're constantly changing. There's some common best practices that we can give, but part of diversity and inclusion is making sure that you have everybody at the table and that they feel like their voices are continuously heard. So that being said, Kayla, I want to go back to the club, because you said that you started a club there, and and that moved into the shared tables, if I'm correct. And then so with the club, what type of things did you do by chance to make sure that you had that diverse group? Was there specific things that you did to recruit, or and what was the age levels and things? So can you share a little bit about that? How did you go about making sure that you had a very diverse group of students that were engaged in the club?
So I had started for recruitment mainly. I had recruited teens and from the ages of in 8th grade all the way up to senior year. So I made sure that I had students from all walks of life who kind of just represented what Fuel Up to Play 60 is all about. I wanted it not to limit it to students who were just physically active, because that would really kind of make others probably feel insecure about their own decisions. And I didn't want them to feel like that. So I wanted it to just be for students who had fun, who wanted to learn how to lead in their own lives and how to just take charge in their own mental and physical capabilities. So that's why I kind of added that kind of diversity tip, because I wanted it to make sure that the students lead themselves.
Right.
It's not like teacher led, it's not about anything else but them. It's really focused on them and their needs and how to express those needs and get what they need in order to live their best life.
And I appreciate you sharing that, because what I love is you said that not just physically active persons to be a part of the group. Because one of the things when it comes to, having these, voice at the table, it's so key to have diverse persons and persons that may not be physically active, right? Because if you have everyone that's physically active to the table, then all the ideas, things, and come from that lens. But we need to learn those children that are not actively engaged, why? And so if you don't have them at the table to have those conversations, you can't ask the why and then come up with different ideas and initiatives and incentives that those students will then embrace and want to come to the table and do it as well. So thank you so much for bringing that up. Great
No problem.
sharing of that. Now also with the shared table concept, so was that something that the club as an organization, you all decided that you all were going to do? And then out of curiosity, was it challenging to get the school and leadership engaged and really on board with that concept as well?
It was an idea that came from all of us to decrease food insecurity, as I had said. And it was difficult to get the whole school involved, because at first people didn't really understand why they should do this, why they should engage in it, what is the benefits for them. And so I think it was important for my own team of students to lead as an example.
Right.
So we would give our own pieces of lunch, and then we would kind of advocate and kind of share our own experiences and how it made us feel. Because by doing this, people are like, oh, I want to feel that way too. And so they kind of want to share in that and kind of contribute. And as more people started contributing, we would give announcements and we would share. I would stand at the front of the cafeteria with a microphone and talk about how great it is and remind people. And then all of a sudden it became this big thing that just kind of helped our school and became an integral part of our school. So now everyone does it, even from the young little middle schoolers to the oldest high schoolers, we all kind of participate.
Yeah, and that's awesome. And I think the key to that is, like you said, everyone is getting engaged. And it's turned into, I probably said this before, but I think the key long-term is sustainability is when it's ingrained in the culture and climate of the school. And so it sounds like you all have been very successful in doing that. And so now it's assumed, it's just, that this is going to happen and everybody is coming on board and wanting to make sure that it's sustainable and it's long lasting. So thank you so much for sharing that, Kayla. I appreciate that. All right, so now we're going to move on. Kayla, I appreciate you sharing. Now we're going to move on to Micah Holcomb, who is again with Texas A&M AgriLife Extension Services and also a part of Cameron's for SHAC. So Micah, if you want to share with us, and then I'm going to do the same thing that I did with the others, ask some questions to get some more insight into what you do. And then as shared before, we'll go into that open conversation where I'll ask some questions across the board for all of our panelists today. So Micah, welcome.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Can you hear me all right?
Yeah, I can hear you okay. Thumbs up with everyone, or let us know if you can't, if for whatever reason, please place it in the chat if you're having any opportunity. I think everybody's good to go, Micah.
Awesome. Thank you so much for allowing me to come and talk today. And I'm a visual person, so I created a PowerPoint today, and hopefully that'll find it helpful for you. That's just me. I'm a visual person as well as auditory, so have to do both. I just want to introduce myself. I'm with the Texas A&M AgriLife Extension Service in Milam County. So I work all of Milam County, as well as I am the Cameron ISD SHAC president and parent representative and PTO representative for the SHAC. So, oh, sorry about that, my phone call. my office phone is ringing. But we can go on to the next slide. I live in Cameron, Texas, and our population is roughly 5,770 members, or people, residents. And a fact about our town is that our minority enrollment in our school is 64%, and we have 71% of our students are economically disadvantaged. So that's just a little bit of showing you how our school is. We do have one school in Cameron and one ISD, as well as 3 schools under it. So we are quite smaller than the other groups that have been talking. So I represent the rural area. Our 3 schools that we have under us is our Ben Milam Elementary, which is our 3 all the way up to 2nd grade. Our elementary, which is 3rd through 5th, and our junior high 6th through 8th, and then of course our high school 9th through 12th. And as you can see on the map, I lived there, so that way you'll see it. Or you can go ahead to the next one. Sorry about that. Our Cameron ISD shack, we meet 4 times a year. Actually, we're meeting today because our January one got a little derailed from last time with the rise of COVID cases. We went ahead and rescheduled it for today during lunch. So they are meeting while I'm here. And our shack membership consists of our assistant superintendent, which is our advisor of our shack committee, myself, which is the extension service, and I'm also the president. We have a food service director, our WIC representative, health department, a Head Start. Parents, we have 2 to 3, which sometimes in my case, it's a dual role. We have a coach and cheerleading coach, a school nurse, a Scott and White representative, that's a physician's assistant. And we have 8 high school students that serve on our committee as, and there are student council officers from each grade. So that way, our students are represented on the committee, and they help with all of our events. Ready for the next one? Our shack focus, we've had quite a few different shack focuses throughout the year. During certain years, we'll have different ones. For instance, for our community, we've done our Play Streets program, which is providing physical activity for students and the community. You know, a lot of those kids play behind or watch TV and play on video games all day. So this Play Streets program provides them physical activity for free in our community to where they can get out and play games in a safe environment. We also provide a community-wide cookout, provide hot dogs, chips, drinks. Yes, not the most healthy, but it's getting them a free meal because some of those families aren't even have a food at night. So having a cookout for them is really helpful. Wide cookout also, we've done the Play Streets, a mini Play Streets there at the community-wide cookout. I'm going to talk about that in just a minute. We also provided cooking workshops. We're hoping to do that we do that for our faculty now, but we're hoping to do that for our parents as well to get more family engagement. That's a goal of ours. As far as faculty, we do a lot of things for our faculty to increase health. As you know, we're a rural community, as I said before, but some people don't realize that in our rural community, most of our people are teachers and faculty. So our family engagement also includes teaching our faculty healthy cooking, because a lot of times they're busy, they get home from school, they're exhausted. So teaching them nutrition ways as well as not eating out as much. We've really worked on cooking classes for our faculty. We also provided a health fair in January where we provided health screenings and air fryer, Instapot, and meal prep classes during that health fair. And it was the entire day of their teacher workshop day rather than doing regular PD classes and other thing, professional development, the health fair was their day. So that was really exciting. We've also done Walk Across Texas, which is my huge thing I'm going to talk about in a minute. These are some of the other things you'll see below that we've done through our shack. Big thing on making sure vaping, drug, alcohol awareness. And then I also teach food handlers and food manager classes. And I do the food handler class for our culinary class. And then they're able to take those cards and work during the summer at restaurants. And they already have that card and they know food safety when they get in the restaurant, which in a way, it impacts our entire community because those high school kids are able to be food safe and work in the restaurants during the summer. So we make them ready and career ready. Ready for the next one. Our community cookout real quick. One thing I really love about it, our shack does those, hosts those. And our health department WIC come out. We have a book bus. It's a bus full of books that the community donated, including our 4-H. They donated books for the book bus, and kids can come in and get free books. Any back on the bus, and the kids can reread them and get them. So it's a really great thing. We also did our mini play streets out there. It was really neat. One of them we did, and I loved it because our school board members and our actual superintendent got out there and played football with all the kids. And I wish I had that photo, but I couldn't find it. So I was really sad I couldn't find that photo. We hope to continue that one again in the future. Hopefully this April. Get that going again, but COVID, we weren't able to do it. My biggest thing I wanted to talk about today was my Walk Across Texas program. I actually work with Alice that's on here. Yay, Alice. She's my advisor and a main specialist. She does amazing with the Walk Across Texas program, and I work with her on that. And basically it's an 8-week program, and it promotes physical activity, getting kids to walk more throughout and we did it with our faculty and our staff this year. The goal is to walk 832 miles during an 8-week period to walk across Texas. We can go to the next slide. Maybe. There we go. And during our Walk Across Texas, as you can see, again, we're a small school, but our youth, every single youth from pre-K all the way up to 5th grade actually participated in the Walk Across Texas program, which was a total of 721 youth, and they walked over 12,000 miles. As you can see, these are some of the pictures I love to see. Our school sponsored and gave the Ben Milam class, which was the kindergartners one, and that's the picture in the bottom right of all the kindergartners wearing their t-shirt. It says but I walked across Texas, Yo Nation is what it said on their t-shirts. And then the one to the left of that is some of our 3rd graders and the 3rd grade class one, and then some of the other teachers. Through our Texas A&M AgriLife Extension program, we were able to give every 721 students a pedometer, and they were able to wear it the entire 8 weeks to track those miles. So that was really helpful. We also provided, as you see at the top, those are the tracking models that they did on the school walls. So as I walked down the classes, I saw the pictures and wanted to show you all those posters. So. We also had our faculty participate, and they were really excited. They get very competitive, and they actually even interview for who's going to be on their teams. So they get very into their Walk Across Texas program. We had 90 of our staff involved in that, a total of 13 teams, and they walked 15,000 miles. So that was super, super awesome. As you can see, these are the top 3 teams that we had. They included administrators. On the bottom left was our top team, and it actually was our principal and vice principal. And then one of them was actually coaches. And were just a group of friends that wanted to do it throughout the high school. So we had in that range all the way from our pre-K to our 12th grade. So every staff member was able to participate in that. Walk across Texas. So that was just part of a little bit of our shack. We do incorporate a lot of our Texas A&M AgriLife Extension Service programs into it because that's what we teach here in AgriLife. And that gives us an opportunity to work really closely and partner with our shack and provide programs for little to no cost at all to help promote physical activity and nutrition in the classrooms. I also work with Alice. We do the Every Kid Healthy Week, which is also part of the Action for Healthy Kids. And we actually, one year, Cameron ISD won the $100 gift cards for doing well with Every Kid Healthy Week. So we have to brag about that a lot. I think that covers it, hopefully. I talked really fast. Sorry about that.
No, I do as well. I don't think you talk fast. I think I probably got you beat on that.
Okay, good.
But no, thank you so much for sharing. And I appreciate, having your perspective, especially like you said, coming from a small community. I'm from a small town called Freeport, Texas. I don't know if people have heard of that, but that small town, I can definitely resonate with that and relate to you. One of the things that I really want to ask you, Micah, is so being in a small town, it's, you've recognized and you shared that, some of the faculty is also community members and their parents and their, so you have to wear so many hats being in a small town like that. Did you find, I guess the question I'm asking is, so did you find it challenging when it came to getting everybody to come on board and be a part of SHAC and do these different initiatives because they're wearing so many different hats, or did that tend to be an easy sale?
It's actually a pretty easy sell. I know, part of being a small town, you kind of become part of a family and a community. I'm involved in a lot of organizations, a lot of them in our community. So a lot of them become my friends. Right. And so it's easy to say, guys, I'm having this really great opportunity. Why don't you come? I'm really good at persuading people too. That helps. But, a lot of them, they see all this great stuff we're doing and how much we're impacting children's lives. So it's easy for people to sign up and say, look, I want to make a difference. So as far as getting the faculty involved with like Walk Across Texas, a lot of them are my kids' teachers. My husband's also a high school teacher. And so he got his friends involved and said, hey, my wife's doing Walk Across Texas, make sure and sign up. And, I'm PTO president of both Ben Milam and CES. So I'm able to really talk to those teachers. And every time I go in the school, I'll be like, hey, I noticed your scores were really high. You're getting a lot of miles in. Don't forget to report, and I to them about that. So it's just getting to know everybody and being part of that community.
You'll definitely have to keep us posted, because if my memory is correct, I saw that the kids did 12,000 and then the staff did 15,000.
Yes.
So that's pretty close, I think, when it comes to steps, because you don't recognize how many steps that you get in on a day-to-day just doing some activities. So it'll be interesting to see how this happens next year. I think those kids can give them a run for their money, and they may be able to exceed and beat the staff next time around.
Definitely. We also did it with another school in our county, and they're kind of rival. We're kind of rivals. So my goal is to do it at the same time with both school systems to maybe see if we can get those numbers even higher and do it kind of, we even have it called Battle the Bill. I mean, it's a big, huge thing in our community. And so I would love to do the Walk Texas between both schools, because they have high numbers as well, and they get very involved.
Yeah, I love that. And how you're talking about just extending the community, engaging with other districts. I think that's another key thing. And particularly, one of the things that we did, I've done in the past, is bring different school districts together and the different team members and have those open, honest conversations. And you're able to kind of sharpen one another, learn about best practices, challenge one another. And it turns in, and that just extends your family. And that's the goal. And I think what we have to be mindful when it comes to family and community partnerships is that, you know, someone had shared this with me, so I'm not going to take the credit for it, but they shared the importance of really having that mindset that at the end of the day, it's about our students and families. And if we are extending and we're working with other communities, we're working with other districts, that's the most important thing, because what could be my family, my student in my district today could be your family, your student, your in your district tomorrow. You know, our families are always moving and, you know, things happen. And so we want to make sure that we have that thought process and be able to open to collaborate with people outside the districts, because we want to make sure that our families and students are supported no matter where they go. So thank you. And I appreciate you sharing that insight as well.
Definitely. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. All right, team. So if I can get everyone to put their cameras on, if you're able to do so, the panelists, Kendall, Kayla, then we also had Julie and Micah. And then I'm just going to ask a couple of just general questions at this time before we turn it over to the audience and have them provide some insight as well. So when it comes to, so I wanted to ask all of you, and feel free, you know, someone can come in and chime in as you would like. When it comes to family and school partnerships, or, you know, I know, Kayla, you were talking particularly about the partnerships and the students and how you've really built and grown that. What were some barriers that you faced and how did you overcome those? So when it comes to the different initiatives, can you share with us on any particular barriers that you faced and how were you able to overcome those?
So a few of the barriers that I faced were mainly related to the pandemic, because a lot of the students became uninterested in activities. They just wanted to pass through the school day. They got unused to being in a school environment. And so one of the solutions I came up with to kind of take that obstacle and kind of overcome it was to mainly just kind of get them engaged again. And by doing that, I kind of tried to give more immersive and interactive lessons. I would write articles and I'd submit it to the newsletter. I would kind of help them interact with the whole subject, which helped them in turn be much more willing to engage themselves and get back into the whole feel of things.
Yeah, I think it's definitely has required us to kind of think outside the box and be, you know, very creative. And I think sometimes we may not even recognize the type of creative juices that we had until COVID came about, and it's put us out of those comfort zones. But also, I think it's brought in some different gifts and talents and innovation that we didn't even recognize that we had maybe in the beginning. So thank you for sharing that, Kayla. Would one of our other panelists like to share some insight as well? I see Kendall and Julie. Yeah, please share.
I think one thing has to do with our confidence and the people's confidence and like the staff confidence in working with families and working with partnerships and just the self-efficacy that goes along with that. And so I think part of that barrier of that is a couple different things. One is just trusting and believing in them and supporting. And the other is I've been doing coaching, leadership coaching. And what I'm finding through that leadership coaching that I've been doing about 2 to 3 years now with just different leadership team members and other people on campus who are wanting to move into leadership is just building their confidence so that they in turn have their capacity to communicate, their capacity to know, to organize, or to actually create a committee or to work like our equity team right now. They're just taking off and involving our community right now with some empathy interviews with our families and just some really amazing things. And a lot of that came out of coaching. And I feel like in education, we may not be coaching for specific things that would be really valuable. And so through that, building their self-efficacy, that they believe in themselves, and then it turns into like student achievement, excels, educational
equity excels. I mean, it's all of those things come with it. It's just building each other up and believing in one another and supporting one another to say, you can do this.
Yeah, I appreciate you sharing that. It's intentional work and making sure that you're intentional going in and supporting those needs. Because, one of the things I think that was surprising to me is in school districts and, as you engage with others, family and community and building those relationships can be a very scary thing to a lot of people, especially with teachers and staff that may have only engaged with parents or community in one way. And so just being able to kind of alleviate some of that anxiety that comes alongside when it comes to engaging with schools and parents and things. And I think the key is just really be yourself and have those open conversations. And it sounds like, you're setting by example as well. And all the different initiatives and things that you're doing is not only are you taking the time to have that one-on-one conversations, but also you are leading by example and showing them how easy quote unquote, it can be to foster and to be engaged in those relationships. So thank you. I appreciate you, you both for sharing that insight. Micah, did you want to provide anything in regards to any barriers that you have observed and how you've overcome those with the work that you've done?
Yes, ma'am. One of the main barriers that we had, it's not necessarily, again, for family, the whole family engagement, but with our faculty, we had tried to do our cooking classes after school, and a lot of the teachers by then are zapped and exhausted after school, and they're ready to get home, put their feet up, relax for a little bit, de-stress. So by allowing us to do it during a professional work day and providing that health fair was a complete success, and it got every single person, even the guys that are like, I'm not going to a cooking workshop, blah, blah, blah. I saw, our main head coach of our whole school district came to the air fryer one and was excited, got it. He went home and got his wife excited, and she started tagging us on all of her recipes. So it got the whole, everybody. So it's really exciting to get, those people that normally would not be coming to an after school workshop to come. It got them there that day. So that was like super awesome. It was just one of my favorite stories to tell about it. And my other barrier was when we did our community cookouts, when we first started, we didn't put them in places where people could walk and get to. By putting it in a place that families could walk to and were in those developments where they needed that most, putting it right in their community where they could get there easily really helped and made our program, our cookout, so much better.
I love what you're saying. I know I'm saying I love a lot, but really because I love family and community engagement. So I promise I'm being very genuine with this. This girl says she loves, but I love it. And the thing is that because what first thing that stood out to me is we call it I used to be a parent educator. So I worked on campus and I did different parent classes and workshops. And what you did with the cooking, we call that positive piggybacking. Because a lot of times, even when it comes to families, when there's certain topics and certain things that, to be honest, not everybody is going to embrace. Not everyone's going to run to the table for that. But if you find really creative ways and getting the community involved in creative ways that will bring them in, then you're able to educate them and to share some of the other things that we value. And it's equally important, but it's just not going to bring them to the table. I remember we did the mothers event. We had the moms do a mother-daughter tea, and they came, and I had one of the crafts was that they made these purses, and in the purses, I used that time while they were making the purses to talk about attendance. And then I made these little cutouts, and I took the attendance, and they put the attendance, and I was like, so here you can put it in your little purse and put it in the glove compartment. Or when we did the men's nights, we used to do sporting events where we would have the men come out and play basketball and do different sports with their kids. And we would play games, true or false games, asking them questions about things that they needed to know about school. What time do you come? Is the child considered late? Those type of things. So I appreciate you sharing that of how you have to have that insight and positive piggyback. The other thing that stood out is when you said that really for the cookout and how you met people where they are. That is so, so crucial. And a lot of times we may feel like, oh, we really want to love on our family, we're going to love on our community, and we're going to have this at, this central place. But if that's not a place that's of comfort to our families, our communities, or if it's not easily accessible, even in our best efforts of saying we're going to put it in our biggest, shiniest building, it doesn't make it as meaningful, right? Because we have to recognize that that's a new environment for families, and we want to go to the places where they feel the most comfortable, and be able to meet them where they are. So thank you so much for sharing that insight.
I also call it thinking smarter, not harder.
Yeah, most definitely.
And so I love your positively piggybacking. That's
yes,
awesome.
positive piggybacking. Yes, that's definitely. I'm going to ask you all one more question, and then after that question, then we're going to have audience. So audience, please feel free to start getting those questions ready, because we're going to open it up to you to ask some questions as well. So when you think about those partnerships all together, and we think about measuring success, because when it comes to family and community partnerships and relationships, and we think about success, a lot of times, people may be looking for that quantitative data, right? But sometimes it can go far beyond that. But just interested in, so when it comes to those varied partnerships, what does success look like? How do you measure success? And what is your key takeaway that makes you feel like, yes, we really were able to accomplish our goals?
I think on mine, if you don't mind me starting this time.
Yeah, sure.
In extension, we're all about surveys as well. So I completely understand on that, but the best comments are like what I talked about earlier, when our head coach's wife, tagged us and said, hey, look, I'm using my air fryer because my husband came home with this workshop. Those little things like that to me mean more than anything. Or when I see a kid in a grocery store and tell me what color they got for the day, or and it's just because I've been in the school teaching nutrition, or I'm there for PTO, or whatever it is. It's those little things to me are more important than some survey or something like that. I love those. We also had one of my I did a nutrition, and one of them, she's a faculty member. She came in, she goes, you know what, Micah, I eat eggs all the time. I am very, I eat eggs, and we're thinking about nutrition. She goes, yes, those chocolate eggs at Easter are awesome. And it was just something that just made everybody think about eggs. So we all think about nutrition and eggs, and then not the chocolate eggs at Easter. So we always visit about that. So, it's just those little comments here and there that just really make an impact to me.
Right. Thank you. I appreciate that. And I agree. I mean, I think some of the most meaningful measures of success is not necessarily the quantity, but the quality. To be able to go in and support a student or a family and see how it's, changed their lifestyle, or, long-term sustainability in their lives it's just equally as important to measure success. So I appreciate you sharing that. Would any of our other panelists like to share as well and dig in on that question? I see Kendall and Julie. Sure.
Yes, I was struggling a little bit with putting it into words, but I was thinking it's basically the continuation of programs that we have and the need to tweak them and change them and keep them growing just because they've been so successful. So for example, the need to turn our dual language program into the Spanish Language and Culture Institute, the need to incorporate different PTA endeavors with our own campus endeavors, and just continue to grow those things because they are so popular, and the buy-in is so big on them.
Yeah, that sounds great. And I think you always, it's always pushing it to the next level and constantly being able to transform and making sure that it's relevant is a great way to measure success. So that when you have people that are attending and they're continuing to give that feedback and they're talking about how you can tweak it, that shows that the collaborative work is still working, right? So I appreciate that. Kayla, did you have any insight that you wanted to share as well?
For me as a student, I think that success is more about just taking those difficult steps in the right direction.
Yeah.
And it's more about just kind of pushing others to just lead and just take care and take initiative for their own decisions, and just kind of comparing my past self to my present self and thinking, oh, have I bounced back from failure today? Have I taken the next step? That's kind of what success means to me.
Absolutely. Sometimes I think that we get lost in looking at the long-term goal and we don't do our due diligence to reflect and to champion and to take pride in those small steps. Like you said, you know, hey, if I'm able to speak in front of someone or do XYZ today, that's a huge accomplishment, you know? So just being able to have a balance of looking at those long-term goals and how we are accomplishing those, but then our day-to-day and making sure that we're pushing ourselves and measuring that success as well is awesome. Thank you for sharing. All right, so everyone, now it is time for you to ask any questions that you have. I think, so what I'm going to do is I see that someone has already put it into the chat. And so I guess, and Michelle and Alice, please let me know if I'm off on this, but I'll look in the chat and ask some of those questions. And then if people raise their hands, I can come in and acknowledge you as well. So we'll take some questions from our audience. And I see that one question, the one that I see initially was just posted. So while you're answering that, I'll scroll up to see if there's any other additional questions that were asked. But this question is from John, and this is for Kayla. He said, what kind of support would you like to see more of from teachers, parents, or your community? So what kind of support would you like to see from teachers, parents, or community when it comes to the various things that you and the student organization are doing?
For me, it's mainly about prioritizing and thinking about mental health, because sometimes we kind of think about the physical things a little too much, and we invest too much thought into those that we kind of overpass the emotional and mental health and security of the students. Because I know kids who are doing a bunch of clubs and a bunch of extracurricular activities, but they're struggling. And I think we need to acknowledge that struggle and kind of work to help them and assist them with what they can do to appease that. Especially for our older students, I think it's overwhelming at some point in their lives at many different points. And I think they just need that kind of shoulder to lean on to tell them that it's all right, I've been through this and you will get through this. And here is XYZ of what you can do to get through this. So I think that's a good thing to start. That's a good place to start with.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's so important to keep teachers and, you know, staff and community. We have to maintain that perspective and recognize the challenges that students are dealing with, even more so now. I can only imagine. Because when I was a student, I felt like, you know, it was so overwhelming and there was so much to do. But now with technology and just so many different more challenges that you all have, but also a lot more opportunities that we had. But just balancing all of that is tremendous. So appreciate that insight. So thank you. Any other questions? Do we have anyone else that would like to, by a show of hand, you can raise your hand, or you can comment in the box and ask any questions that you have for our panel. I think there's 3 pages, Lord. Let me go through and see if I see any hands raised. So I do not see any hands raised. And so that is, I'm going to congratulate y'all and say that you were just you hit on so many great ideas, so many wonderful topics. And, you know, like I said, you just had a ton of information that I take the time to study, and you all just did that in one just quick swoop and covered so many areas. I see Trisha. Trisha, you had your hand up, I think. Did you have a question for our panelists?
Those were applause. I think.
Oh, that was applause.
I think they've all done an excellent job of pulling together a very complex topic.
Yes, agreed.
Giving us some ideas on all different ranges from community, faculty, the all school, and the engagement aspect of it. So those were applause. Well done.
Yes, thank you so much. I agree. That's why I was like, you all were just able to, I didn't even have to, I was trying to go to my questions, but then I was like, I'm so engaged in what you're saying, and I want to ask questions about that. So thank you so much for that. I really appreciate it. And, like I said, the key, what I appreciate about everyone is that the thing is the collaboration. So everyone has talked about the importance of collaboration. All of you collectively have talked about, how family and school and community partnerships, how it's important to create that culture and climate. And you make it seem, and then what I appreciate too is that you're doing with such a level of enthusiasm. Because a lot of times when it comes to this work, sometimes people feel like it's so challenging, but at the end of the day, if you put in the work, it can be so rewarding. And I think all of you have demonstrated how rewarding that work can be. So, those of you that may just be starting partnerships for the first time and starting to create and foster these relationships, it can be challenging. Be very open and honest, it can be challenging, but having those open, transparent conversations and thinking outside of the box and making sure you're transparent and you're being able to engage diverse persons to the table and getting them invested and getting their feedback and collectively doing things, it makes life so much easier at the end. So I thank you all for a job well done. Now we may be able to let you out a little bit early, but before that, what I do want to do is, and if you could do it, it doesn't have to be out on the slides per se, Michelle, but I did want to take the time for everyone to do our call to action. So based on the information that was shared today, again, there may be something that you heard that you say, hey, I'm definitely going to utilize that and impact that in my space. Or, I heard this, I think based on that, I'm going to tweak it a little bit. But I'd like for us to just have an open conversation, and for those that are listening today to be able to share some of the key takeaways that you have and how you expect to impact your community and your school based on the conversation that we had today. So if someone would like to unmute and share with everyone what their next steps would be, then that would be great.
I'll go, Denise. This is Melanie Anbarja with FBISD Shack.
Oh, hey.
Hi.
So good to see you.
Good to see you. This was a great, really, really great presentation. I got so many ideas and inspiration from it. So like the self-care fair, making it a professional development, incorporating the PTA for door prizes, kind of just the whole community there at the campus level, getting everyone involved and making sure. Later on, you were talking about making it accessible. So like not after school, making it during the day. The same for other events, just making sure that they're accessible to the community you're trying to serve. I want to bring that to the campuses and to our shack and remind people to be mindful of that when we are trying to do events. And heard about the pedometer for the walk across Texas. I love that. I'd love to see our district do that and maybe challenge another district. I think that's just an excellent idea, and just so much I learned today. Thank you very much.
Awesome, Melanie. Thank you so much. She is our leader, our fearless leader at Fort Bend ISD's Shack, and so we're glad to be a part of that with you. I see JT said that they plan to work with local ISDs to make mindfulness and mental health awareness curriculum available to everyone. Yes, I think that is so crucial. Even more so now today as we've dealing with COVID, and there's just so much when it comes to the importance of having mindfulness, the importance of having balance, and dealing with all the pressing matters when it comes to a healthy heart, a healthy mind, as we deal with all of these adversities. So thank you so much for sharing that. Any other persons that would like to share what their call to action or their key takeaways are going to have been? Oh, okay. Well, we have one person that, and I'm gonna ask it open as well. Is this being recorded, Alice and Michelle? Are we going to be able to share this recording out with others?
Yes.
Okay,
Tynese.
great.
It is, hopefully everybody has in their kind of top left-hand corner is hopefully the little red button that indicates it's recording. But yes, anybody that registered and is attending will have access to the recording after the fact.
Okay, awesome.
Well, my only suggestion is if you were one of our scholarship add-ons, then you'll need to either send Michelle M. Smith at actionforhealthykids.org your email, or drop it into the chat if you want the follow-up resources and links to the videos.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else have anything that they would like to share?
I just wanted to say thank you, Denise, and to the panel. It was a fantastic way to kick off our annual summit this year. I think that's apparent from the comments that were provided in the chat box. And so thank you to all of our panelists and to you, Denise, for helping start a really important dialogue. And we're very hopeful that we'll continue with the same energy and the same really positive outlook as we move throughout the rest of our conference. So thank you. As y'all will note in the chat box, we are actually a few minutes early. Our next session begins at 1:15. So we are going to encourage everybody to please stand up, do a quick little stretch. This was a long session, but a really great one. So if everybody just wants to grab some water, do some stretching, take a little walk and get right back, we'll start up in at 1:15. Thanks, everyone.
Welcome, ladies. We'll get started in about 2 minutes.
Good afternoon. I think is everybody back from their break?
Greetings, everyone. Welcome back. I'm Michelle Smith, State Coordinator, and I want to start this session off with another little short video from our youth. We asked them what policies they felt could help support healthy schools and what would they be interested in. So we'd like to share a few of their thoughts with you.
Hi, my name is Jenna Chuan, and I'm representing Spring Branch ISD. One policy that I think would help support healthy schools would be requiring PE in recess. Having a time of day to do physical activities would not only give everyone a mental break, but would also help get rid of all that restless energy.
Some policies I think could help support healthy schools is by saying no to drugs, a reduction of electronic time, reduction of junk food, and more recess time. There are many types of school policies that can be implemented to support healthy schools. Policies could improve social health and academic outcomes. Initiatives focused on addressing childhood obesity, protecting bullying, and improving students' well-being are some examples.
Okay, thank you so much. So as y'all all noted, these were some great kind of insight into just some student thoughts on kind of policies and that's what I'd like to do now is introduce Mr. Joel Romo, who is going to be moderating our next panel on legislative policy updates and the role of SHACs. And Joel is the VP of Governmental Affairs from the Cooper Institute and Legislative Chair for Partnership for a Healthy Texas. And we are fortunate that Joel has been a fantastic partner and has worked with Michelle and I and many others of the TAHK steering committee for many years. And so Joel, I'm going to pass it over to you.
Well, wonderful. Thank you, Alice, and good to see everybody here today and be part of this virtual summit. I always enjoy visiting with you, and hopefully we can do this in person soon. I have the opportunity to be the moderator today, and before I jump into that role, and our session is the legislative policy update and the role of SHACs. I'd like to give you a little update about and my role as chair of the legislative committee for the Partnership for Healthy Texas. This coalition has been around since 2006, and we've worked on obesity issues since that time. We came together and prioritized policies that year and had a very successful 2007 and realized by working collaboratively together, we could get more accomplished. Since then, every session, our coalition has established our legislative priorities, put together a legislative agenda, helped play some defense at the Capitol and efforts to reduce PE and other programs. And we still very active today, and we hope you will join us. If you visit our website, partnershipforhealthytexas.com, you can sign up and get more information. You can see our legislative agenda. We will have a general membership meeting this summer sometime where we will start putting together our legislative priorities for the 2023 session, which begins January of 2023. So as it's the timeliness of this meeting today and the updates we will receive from our partners is couldn't have been any better. And I asked each of you to think of, some of the, with your respective organizations, what are some policies that you could submit our way? How can you get more involved with our efforts? All politics is local, so everything from the school boards to the city council, to county governments, to legislative roles are very important. So, policies are made at each step, and we encourage you to, if you need more information, we also have a lot of resources. We can help you prepare for meetings as you start embarking on local policies from your school health advisory councils or overall organizations respectively across the state of Texas. So with that being said, I think I did the plug for the Partnership for Healthy Texas. I hope you will join us. But at this time, I would like to introduce our panelists. We have three folks joining us today. We have Jasmine Whiteman, I'm sorry, I should have checked with the names before, from the Texas Association of School Boards that will be joining us, as well as Nori Carroll from Spring ISD and Amber McNeish and Alice Neff from Pasadena ISD. So I think we're going to hear from our friend Jasmine first, and I'll turn it over and she can give a little bit of background on herself and jump into our program for this afternoon.
Great, thank you, Joel. So like you said, it's Whiteman and you got it right. The second time I get that a lot, but I am an attorney, a senior attorney at the Texas Association of School Boards, also known as TASB. And if you don't know a lot about TASB, just to give you kind of a brief intro to it, we are not an agency, we're not TEA, but we're a nonprofit that provides services to school boards and school districts. And every independent school district in the state of Texas is a member of TASB. And so a lot of them have access to our, well, not a lot of them, but all of our members have access to our legal services and our policy service. And today we're going to talk about some of the new laws and how they've affected school district policies and, importantly, what they mean for the SHAC. What does the SHAC have to do now that we've had some really big new laws that came out of the last legislative session? So my background, I have been with TASB for almost 7 years. And before that, I was a teacher, an elementary school teacher. And so I know, there's so much to do in a school district in terms of, education and curriculum, but also that how important health is. And so I really appreciate that the people that are on this call and what you guys are aiming to do. And I hope today to kind of inform y'all a little bit about the SHAC requirements and what this means for school districts. There were some other changes to SHAC requirements that I'm not going to touch on. I'm kind of about a little bit of mental health considerations and things like that, but I'm really going to focus on the two big bills that came out from the last legislative session, the special sessions about human sexuality instruction and abuse prevention instruction. So if you want more information about the SHAC or you want to read about those other bills I'm not going to touch on today, a really good resource is the Department of State Health Services SHAC website. They have their guidebook. They have a handbook for SHACs. It's really great. It was written in 2021. Unfortunately, it was written before the legislative session, but they do have on that website a list of other bills that have affected the SHAC. So that's a good starting place to kind of see some of the other bills, to see, some kind of basics on the SHAC and what's in that handbook. So today, let's talk about, let's go to the next slide. Our agenda today, I'm going to spend the first half an hour and then we're going to be joined by the other panelists, but I'm going to spend the first half an hour talking about the legal requirements and walking y'all through the new processes. We have, like I said, Senate House Bill 1525, that is requiring SHACs to take certain steps in adopting curriculum for human sexuality. And just to stop here and clarify, when I say human sexuality, yes, that is sex ed, right? That's what we think of as sex ed, although it's not necessarily a course called sex ed. Human sexuality instruction can be components in another course, can be components in a health course. And that's why it gets a little complicated. In Texas, we say, do we have to offer sex ed? Well, not as a course, not as a unit, but we have to teach the TEKS. And so what we'll get into today a little bit is that, yes, everybody's teaching some human sexuality instruction because it's included in the state standards, in the health standards. And we'll get into that. Senate Bill 9, that abuse prevention instruction, that came from a bill that was originally about a dating violence policy and having districts have this policy, this required policy. But there's been a lot of things added to this bill. It came through the second special session as a tool for Governor Abbott to put some things in that he thought were necessary for parental rights. And so we'll see that there's some strict requirements there that might be a little surprising. And then I'm going to show you some resources that we have at TASB for implementing these requirements. And not just our policy, but we have, sample things, and I'll walk through a couple of those. And then the bulk of this, what I'm going to talk about before we open up the panel, is some questions that were sent to me through email. I think Michelle collected them, and they were really great questions, really complex questions. And so we'll walk through those today. Next slide, please. So before I dig too deep into the role, I'm going to give you kind of an overview of the process for adopting curriculum for human sexuality instruction. And the big thing that I want you to take away from this that I think there's some confusion on is that these requirements that you see on the slide that I'm going to talk about for human sexuality instruction, they're required for this school year. The SHAC needs to do this school year before these human sexuality instruction, the content can be taught, right? And it's a little confusing because the other bill for abuse instruction has a little bit of a delayed timeline, but let's go through the process. So it's going to start with the board adopting a policy. That's in a school district's policy at EHAA local. And I have an example of that later. And TASB kind of provides that local policy for the school boards to adopt. After that board adopts the policy, the board is going to adopt a resolution that convenes the SHAC that says, the SHAC needs to come together for the purposes of recommending human sexuality instruction. After the board adopts that resolution, then the SHAC is required by law to hold 2 public meetings where they're going to look at that curriculum, where they're going to discuss the curriculum for teaching human sexuality instruction. And I'm going to dig into the requirements for what makes it a public meeting. It's not necessarily an Open Meetings Act meeting, but there are certain requirements that did not exist for SHACs before. That's brand new for your meetings. And then the board will vote on the recommendation that comes out of those meetings. And then a couple big items have to happen but still before the instruction can be taught, including notifying parents each year that the district is going to offer this instruction and very explicitly getting the parent consent. So let's go to the next slide and we'll dig a little deeper into these requirements. So as I said, the SHAC now needs to hold 2 public meetings before they can provide recommendations for human sexuality instruction. And what public meetings mean, it has to be open to the public, and the SHAC needs to post notice of those meetings. The date, hour, place, and the subject of the meeting need to be posted 72 hours before the meeting. That is very similar. Actually, that's almost identical to the Open Meetings Act requirement, but it's not coming from the Open Meetings Act. Then at the meeting, the SHAC needs to have an audio or video recording, and they need to maintain written minutes. And then the minutes and the recording, they need to be posted on the district's website within 10 days. So these are very different. Your meetings might not have been publicly posted before. You might not have been recording your SHAC meetings. And this is a big change for districts. And the idea, of course, being that the transparency behind the adoption of curriculum, the parental access to the adoption process, making sure that there's no secretive way that we're adopting human sexuality instruction. And I don't think that was necessarily happening, but we kind of live in a climate right now where transparency is definitely the way to go, and the way that things are moving, and just keeping a lot of parent access to meetings and materials. So let's go to that next slide, and I'll touch on a couple more requirements here. Importantly, this is a big change. Instead of being parents opting their students out of human sexuality instruction, out of sex ed, right? Instead of the parents saying, I don't want my students to participate, now they have to proactively opt their students into human sexuality instruction. The districts need to send home a paper that the parents sign and say, yes, I do want my student in that instruction. That's a big change. I know people are concerned that you're going to see maybe you have less active parents that, kids don't get the signature, even when the parent would have before not have opted out. So that is a big change. And that request for that consent must come 14 days before the instruction begins. It can't be, it can't be included with the other requests. So it can't be kind of hidden. It needs to be really clear and transparent. It needs to have the schedule of how things are going to be taught. There's a lot of requirements for what that parent notice needs to say. And then the curriculum materials, they need to be made available to parents, and the way that they need to be made available depends on if it's a curriculum that's in the public domain. That means it's not copyrighted. So if it is copyrighted, it's a little bit strict, but if it's just in the public domain, then the district can provide a copy to parents on request, and the district is required to post it on their website. If it is copyrighted, the parents have to be allowed to come to campus to review the instructional materials, and the parents have to be able to purchase the curriculum from the publisher. This is a change, and this is affecting the contracts that districts have with districts and the publisher. The publisher might not have had a way for parents to purchase materials, and now they are required to in any sort of agreements going forward. Or access to review in a secure electronic account, so a login to go review those copyrighted materials. So districts will have to make sure that whoever they're partnering with for their curriculum materials, they can meet these accessibility requirements. Abuse prevention and instruction requirements. So we'll go back and I'll tell you just a little bit of the history of this bill. It's actually not called abuse prevention instruction. What it's called is thought I had it down here. It's a really long title. The bill relating to public school instruction and materials regarding the prevention of child abuse, family violence, dating violence, and sex trafficking, and the adoption of public school policies to prevent dating violence. It's a very long title, but essentially I've kind of simplified it to abuse prevention instruction, but it's child abuse, family violence, dating violence, and sex trafficking. So all of these, anytime that the district is instructing on these materials, they are supposed to follow their these requirements for how they're getting their curriculum materials. And what happened is that originally this bill was supposed to be a mostly about the dating violence. It's called the Christine Blubaugh bill originally. That is somebody that it was a teenager that died after a dating violence incident. Her parents lobbied for years to get dating violence education and dating violence policies in school. And it was passed during the regular session, and Governor Abbott vetoed the bill. And it was a really unpopular veto. The news reporters, they said that Abbott doesn't want abuse instruction taught in schools, and it was really popular bipartisan. So what Abbott said is that he wanted parental rights instilled in this bill. And what happened is in the second legislative session, the second special session, they essentially took the human sexuality sex ed instruction and they copied and pasted all of those requirements into abuse prevention instruction requirements, which, it definitely is giving parent accessibility. Maybe the reasons why you would want abuse prevention instruction are a little different than why you'd want transparency in human sexuality instruction. But now they have the same almost identical requirements. So again, the process here, the board's going to adopt that policy, and then they'll have a resolution that'll get the SHAC together to recommend curriculum. The SHAC will hold those 2 public meetings, same requirements to post notice, same requirements to record and post those recordings and minutes on the website. So same requirements. And then of course the board making that vote based on the recommendation, parent consent, parent notification. It's pretty much a copy and paste. There are some very, very important differences though between the 2 bills. And if you go to the next slide, the most important difference is the timeline. So for human sexuality instruction, that bill became effective September 1st. And that bill explicitly said it applies this school year. Senate Bill 9 came during a special session. And so its effective date was not until December 2nd, 2022. So it is effective now, but there's a provision in the bill that says that the instructional materials, the curriculum related materials, they apply to the 2022-2023 school year. There are some parts that apply this year. The requirement to have some things in your dating violence policy, which I'll talk about in a minute, and any agreements for purchasing curriculum and instruction materials, those sort of requirements are going to be a little bit different, but generally everything we're talking about today, that's going to apply the 2022-2023 school year, except for that dating violence policy. Another difference is that the human sexuality instruction bill, it requires that the notice give the general schedule on which the instruction is going to be provided. So on this day, we're going to talk about puberty on this, so it's going to be more detailed than the abuse instruction. And then another difference, which I don't know how substantive this is, but it's just interesting to note, Senate Bill 9, which is the abuse prevention instruction, it requires the board to determine the content in accordance with the State Board of Education TEKS. So they are acknowledging in the abuse prevention instruction that there are TEKS that are related. That same acknowledgement is not as clear for human sexuality instruction, which has caused a lot of confusion about what TEKS do these apply to. You can go to the next slide. So a quick note before I get into the questions that were sent my way. Senate Bill 9 does have something that's effective this year about the dating violence and prevention policy. There was already a requirement to have a dating violence policy, but now there needs to be a clear statement that dating violence is not tolerated at school, and the policy needs to identify reporting procedures and guidelines for victims, including an immediate notification to parents or guardians after a student is an alleged victim or perpetrator. So again, really wanting to boost up that parental participation, which is a good thing, but also making materials available, making reporting requirements available to students that are seeking help. Okay, so those are kind of the basics of those two bills, but they leave a lot of questions open. I'm going to go through a few of the questions you sent now, and then we'll open up the panel. And of course, I'm here to answer questions and help you guys figure out kind of what this means for school districts. So if you go to the next slide, thanks. Oh, I forgot to skip our to show our resources. So this is our TASB local policy on human sexuality instruction. This is EHAA local, and all districts that adopted their local policies that came from TASB, we do it a couple times a year. We issue updated policies. They have this language in their policy about the instructional process. And this on here, it's pretty much exactly like what I showed you on that chart. It's just going through what the process is going to be for adopting the instructional materials. The bill that's effective next year, the abuse prevention instruction, it's going to be added to EHAA local. It's not there yet. We're in the process right now of adding it. And then in June, districts will get their updated TASB policies kind of on a rolling basis. And that's when they'll get the EHAA local that will have abuse prevention instruction in it. And next slide, please. This is the resolution. So after the board adopts a policy, then they adopt a resolution that will convene the SHAC. We have a sample resolution available for districts. All districts have access to our reference manual of sample forms, sample resources, but it might only be a couple people at your district that have the password to get in. So hopefully you know who that is if you're somebody that needs to know who that is and get this resolution for the board to convene the SHAC. And this resolution kind of restates the law again, saying that, they're going to have their 2 public meetings, they're going to recommend materials, and then the board president signs it, the secretary signs it, and the SHAC can convene legally under the process now required by law. There will be another one for abuse prevention instruction, probably very similar, probably almost like a copy and paste, because that's what the legislature did. Next slide. Next slide, please. Oh, do that, the next one. Okay, this is the parent consent form for human sexuality instruction. Like I said, it's a big change. Before, I think the way that it was before, and probably in your student handbooks, there was some sort of form to opt out, and it might have been in there with the other forms. Well, now under this law, it needs to be the form needs to be given on its own and independently 14 days before instruction. And so what we have here is the sample form that can go home to parents where they can give permission for their child to opt into instruction, to attend the instruction.
Jasmine, there's a couple of questions that relate to what you're talking about. I'm going to go ahead and throw in here. You may have cover them later. Just tell me if you do. What is the deadline for the resolution?
Before the material is taught. So if you picture that process, right? Step 1, step 2, step 3, it's not necessarily a deadline as it is, when are you teaching it? Did you meet these steps before you taught it?
Okay. So it's directly related to your individual district. It's not a state mandate on the date.
Right. I
And-
mean, it could happen before the end of the school year. Otherwise, you didn't teach the TEKS. So that's where it's a little bit, I suppose the end of the school year would be a deadline if you're going to teach those TEKS that are required.
And since the rules are the same for both, is there a way that they can do them both at the same time?
Yeah, I absolutely. I think, I think that that's smart to do them at the same time. It wouldn't have worked as well this year. And so if your district followed the law this year and they went through the process for human sexuality instruction, and then next year they don't have to redo it. It's not an annual requirement to go through this process. Once you've adopted the curriculum, you have that curriculum until you adopt different curriculum. What is annual would be like the notification that you're going to teach the content and getting the consent that needs to happen 14 days before. So those are more rolling, but once you've adopted it, if you go through this process this year, you don't have to go through it next year. The abuse instruction, though, you do have to go through next year. Does that make sense?
Yeah, they're two separate things.
But
Passing the rules is one thing and the parent notification is separate. So they have to happen every year, but the rules do not. Gotcha.
Yeah, and I do think that you can combine them, though. Let's say, you're adopting new materials in both of them next year, and you want, you have something this year, but you want something else for next year. You can combine those meetings, and that would be fine and efficient.
And this
So
is
I have a question. Yeah, is it the question that matches the one on the screen? What if the district does not choose to teach human sexuality instruction? That is the a common question that we've had. Are districts required to teach human sexuality instruction or abuse prevention instruction? So this is where it gets a little complicated. There are health TEKS that are very clearly on abuse instruction. And for example, in grade 5, students are expected to explain the impact of abuse and neglect and the importance of reporting abuse and neglect. That is abuse prevention instruction. Before that can be taught, the curricular materials need to go through the process that is required by law. In grades 4 and up, there are human sexuality TEKS in the required health TEKS. Districts are required to teach health or to offer health. So because those health TEKS have human sexuality instruction, which is defined broadly to include instruction on reproduction, saying that districts can not teach sex ed, well, maybe they don't have to teach a course, but if they're teaching the TEKS that they're required to, then they're teaching some component of human sexuality instruction. That's why it gets a little complicated. There are new TEKS in health. They were adopted in 2020, but they're effective starting next school year. And they're even more explicitly human sexuality instruction. So I'll read them out loud. And one quick note about high school sex ed. In high school, health is required by districts to be offered, but it's not required for students to take it for graduation. So there are students that might not take health and human sexual, and they might not get those human sexuality TEKS in high school. But in K through 8, and particularly 4 through 8, when they start coming into the health TEKS, they are part of the required curriculum. So in grade 7 and 8, the student is supposed to identify teen pregnancy as an outcome of sexual activity and define STDs and STIs. That is a TEK that is required to be taught in the health content that's coming in for the next school year. So are districts required to teach human sexuality instruction? I think that that's a human sexuality instruction TEK. And high school, I have another one. High school students are expected to examine influences and pressures on becoming sexually active and why it's wrong to push boundaries or manipulate or threaten someone into sex. Those are what is written in by the State Board of Education into required to be taught instruction. So I hope that clears it up. Now, I'll have a question. I'm sure, the next question is, well, which TEKS? And that's one of our questions coming up.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Next slide. Sure.
How does the SHAC know which TEKS require this process? Well, this is the hardest question. And I'm not going to be able to give you a very good answer because I don't work in curriculum, right? So this is where really the people that know your health curriculum in your district, they need to really take a look and examine which TEKS are applicable to these requirements. One other thing that we have tried to do at TASB and that other districts have tried to do is they've tried to reach out to TEA, to the Texas Education Agency. They have a website, curriculum@tea.texas.gov, and we have all explicitly asked which TEKs require this process, and they have not answered. So I wish I could be more helpful there, other than to say that you do have in your districts, you know, people that are really excellent at knowing the curriculum, knowing the TEKs, and they can kind of, I think they can make a good faith effort and try and use their best judgment to determine, is this human sexuality instruction? Is this abuse and prevention and instruction?
Okay.
And I don't know if the panelists have anything here to add. I'll pause a second and see if they want to add anything.
Sorry.
I think when I speak in a few minutes, I will kind of cover how we're going about this process.
That's fantastic. Thank you. Okay.
I also think there's a question that asks, so since parents can opt out, can they opt out of the TEKs?
They can. And actually in Texas law, parents can opt out of pretty much any instruction. We are in a strong parental rights state, and parents can not only opt out of human sexuality instruction, abuse prevention and instruction, they can opt out of, they don't want their student learning a particular part of science, maybe evolutionary science. They can opt out even if that's part of the TEKs. Great question. I think there was, go back one.
I'm sorry. It keeps slipping on me.
It's okay. Is the district required to adopt new curriculum if it wants to teach sex ed, or can they use current materials that already adequately address the new TEKs, right, that are coming? I think some of us are already, maybe you've already looked at the new TEKs, the new health TEKs. The district is not required to adopt new curriculum. You can take your old curriculum and bring it through this process, but before it can be taught, it needs to go through this process. And particularly that parent notification and parent consent opting into instruction, but also going through the process that will provide the full transparency, making sure that the materials are available. So yeah, I do think it still needs to go through the process, even if you're keeping an old curriculum.
Okay.
Any recommended curriculum that meet the TEKs and the new requirements for parent accessibility? Again, when we open up the panel, I will ask Amber and Lori, maybe they have something that works for them, or if somebody on the call has something that they think is meeting the TEKs and has that availability, either if it's copyrighted material, again, it needs to be available for purchase or for the parent login. Next slide. How do we post the agenda for our SHAC meeting? So I think some people on the call are in the district, but some people on the call might be, parents are on the SHAC meeting. So this is going to vary district by district. This is not particularly stated in the law how to go about posting it. For some school districts, they'll probably post it similar to how they do their board meetings. Maybe the superintendent secretary posts board meetings, and so maybe she's able to do that, or the IT department might be able to post on the website that information. It's not as prescribed as the Open Meetings Act, which states that it needs to be posted like in the physical location and online. I think that the SHAC can just post it online, but having that contact person in the district to ask, how we post it, it's going to be specific to the district. Next slide. What are the consequences for not following the new laws? Lawyers love to get this question, right? Like, what happens if we don't do it? Well, I will say there's no SHAC police and there's no TEKS police, right? But you're still in violation of the law, and it's mostly the district that would be in violation of the law. It wouldn't necessarily be the individual SHAC people, but the district cannot teach these TEKs unless they have gone through this process, or else they're in violation of the law. It could mean for the district, they could be subject to a TEA investigation if they're not teaching the TEKs. They could be, honestly, the real consequence is some bad press. Right now, your district, if you're not doing everything you can for transparency through parents and partnering with parents, I think that's a different kind of risk than maybe a legal risk, although it certainly here is a legal risk too, but it's also, breaching that trust and makes it look like the district is trying to not have parents be able to access these materials, parents accessing, how these materials were selected. So there are a lot of consequences for not following the laws. Next slide. This was an interesting question that somebody sent in. What happens if very few parents opt into instruction? So let's say you only have a few kids that are actually signed up for this instruction. Do you still have to teach it? Do you still have to go through the process? And the answer is yes, because the state requires that the TAHK be taught and offered, right? And so you do still need to go through the process. I think in the district, they would have to figure out what that means scheduling wise. And there's no real guidance on how to proceed with that. It's not really the SHAC's role as it is the district's role in the logistics. The SHAC won't necessarily play a role in when you have a bunch of parents opting to not have their student take sex ed. But I mean, I think maybe the SHAC's role and maybe the panelists can, the SHAC could help convey the importance of the instruction. And really the SHAC playing a role in selecting instruction that fits the community and the community norms, and parents will want to send their kids to. I think that maybe that's part of the SHAC role, but really it's the district figuring out the logistics for making sure they're teaching the TAHKs. Next slide. Oh, this was a tricky question. So if the district has outside organizations that want to present after school, does the approval go to the SHAC? No, the SHAC doesn't. The SHAC is approving curriculum and instruction for teaching these content areas at school. That's not to say that outside organizations coming to school to talk about human sexuality instruction, that there might not be other concerns and considerations. So definitely this is going to depend on what arrangement is going to be made for the district administrators. They're going to be looking at their policies. For example, like we have GKDA, that policy regulates what type of materials can be distributed at schools. And that's the campus principal who's saying, these are the times and locations for distributing materials. We have policies. GKD local allows certain guests to come to property, and there's guidelines there. So that's going to be very specific to the district, but it's not going to be the SHAC that's looking for outside organizations. If the outside organization was going to come in and teach the material as teaching the TAHKs and at school time, then that might be something different. I haven't heard of anybody doing that, but that might be a little different. But in general, if it's kind of this after school and it's not attached to teaching the curriculum, I don't think that goes to the SHAC. Are there questions before I get?
There's quite a few that are going to keep follow-ups to everything we're talking about. So I don't know if we want to keep doing follow-ups or if you want to.
Yeah, I've got 2 more slides. I'll go my 2 more slides and then we'll just open it up for questions.
Well, we also have to give Amber and her team a chance to share their information. And so on this one, you might want to go ahead and just address a couple of these. The SHAC has the impression that if they didn't adopt a human sexuality curriculum, then the required 2 meetings was not necessary.
Yeah, I think that the districts that think that are probably not aware that the TAHKs are touching on these issues. And if you don't teach the TAHKs, then I suppose you're not in violation of this part of the law, but you're in violation of the law to teach the TAHKs. So
okay,
it's tricky.
And if the curriculum was adopted several years back, I think you already addressed this. Do they still need to take it back to the SHAC?
I think that anytime, so the bill was effective September 1st. So September 1st forward, any curriculum that's taught to schools had to have gone through this process.
Okay, even if it was approved previously.
Right.
Okay. And this one, I know the answer. If the outside organization presents during the school day and covers multiple topics, including sexuality or abuse, does that mean parents should have the same opt-out right or opt-in right?
If it's after the school day, it shouldn't be something that kids are required to attend to anyway. So if it's after the school day, it shouldn't be a required content, and the parents can exempt from anything that's happening on the school. So yes.
If it's during the school day, then they definitely have the opt-out option. Yes.
Right. And if it's after the school day, I think they do as well.
Yeah. Okay. So next slide.
Yeah, so this is just the same question. Can the district continue to use it? They've been using it for many years. And just to reiterate, yes, you can continue to use it, but put it through this process. Check the boxes, to show that you're complying and that you're being completely transparent as a district. I think that's incredibly important right now, to make sure that, you are partnering with parents and letting your curriculum be seen. We know curriculum is a big deal right now. And that's it. So, and then the last slide is just our FAQ. It repeats a lot of what I said. It's publicly available. There's the website, but instead of writing down that website, what you can do is you can Google TASB TASB SHAC, and it should pull up our FAQ right away. And it answers the same questions. It has that graph, that chart that I showed you with the little step-by-steps, that's available. If you just go into Google, we have a website called TASB School Law eSource with hundreds of school law topics. Other health topics are here. And that's just publicly available if anybody wants to read more about those topics. So now I'll open it up to the panel and to the other issues.
Two real quick
Thank you,
questions.
Jasmine. That was very helpful.
I don't want these two to get lost because they're way back in the chat. How does somebody find out who their TASB person is at their district? Do they just?
Yeah, that's a good question. It'll vary district by district. The principal might know, or the principal might know who to ask. In small districts, it could even be superintendent, people wear multiple hats in some of the smaller districts. So I think it's going to be district by district. I would start by asking the principal if you're a parent or community member.
And then the information about these rules went out to principals and superintendents, or was it just superintendents who received the information on these new rules?
Yeah, I think that's the issue with any new legislation, right? How is it communicated and how is it trained? At TASB, we serve school board members and high-level school officials, which includes superintendents. So we created a book of legislation, and it included these. And if they attended, some of our books and some of our trainings, and they've heard about this. For principals level, there are principal trainings, but it kind of just, I think that'll vary by, what is your principal tapped into and what are their networks telling them?
Okay, thanks, Joel. Sorry.
That's all right. All right, just a time check. It's 1:58 and we still have a couple folks. So I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Amber McNeish and Elise Neff with Pasadena ISD.
Hello. So Jasmine may regret ever being connected with me because I can tell you so many things that she said would have been earth-shattering in September. They would have been so helpful in us just navigating all of these sort of unknown waters throughout the year. And then she used the word tricky and confusing, which made me feel better about myself, that I was confused by a lot of the things in the new law. So anyways, thank you so much for that, Jasmine. If you know Elise and I, one thing that you will learn very quickly about us is that we are rule followers. If you tell us there is a rule, we will move mountains to follow the rules. So as we were trying to figure out House Bill 1525 and Senate Bill 9, I kind of took some step back, or both of us did, to research what we already had in place with our SHAC, maybe what rules we were supposed to be following that we weren't. We dug into our bylaws and just did a lot of background work to kind of figure out, like, where are we status wise? So that led us to creating a template from the Texas Education Code and everything that's related to SHAC that I could find. So I'm going to paste that template. It's just anybody can view it into the chat so that you can see it. But this template is what we are using to make sure that we're in compliance with the laws that are related to SHAC that's in the Texas Education Code. So this includes everything that's from PE, physical activity, SHAC recommendations, the new House Bill 1525 and Senate Bill 9 topics. This is everything in there. And so as you go through the template, on the left-hand side are the requirements that are actually the language from the law. On the right-hand side was like Amber and Elise's notes to make it make sense in our brain. And then if you see where it has highlights that say add links. So our goal is, after we've gone through the resolution and the open meetings with our SHAC, and we've adopted a new curriculum, once we have all of that in place, we're going to use this template to be a tool for our SHAC to be completely transparent. This is where you can find everything that we're doing, when we decided all of these things, where our minutes are located, where the policies are linked. All of that will be in this document for us moving forward. And I realize it'll likely change every single year because the legislation will change every year, but just to help us kind of keep track of it all, that is the tool that we came up with. I shared it with our other BFF, Lori, and she made it prettier because it was straight from the law and was kind of messy. So she helped me make it prettier and a little bit more easy to navigate. And then she went back and added some additional items that she thought were important, like PE minutes. So, which also is something that can go through the SHAC. So we added that as well. So it's kind of been a team effort to create a tool that will help us figure out, to make sure that we are in compliance and help us evaluate this current status that we're in. And I don't know about your SHACs, but our SHAC kind of had to pause on some of the work we were doing to address House Bill 1525 as well as Senate Bill 9. I think I'm just going to keep talking, Joel, and answer my question, and then I'll turn it over to Elise. My question was in relation to the challenges about the legislation. And I think it brought about some positive outcomes in this work, that we really took a step back to see what our SHAC was doing. It required further collaboration within our district. We brought a lot of district stakeholders in and were able to work collaboratively on these things. And then, it was a great opportunity to educate our parents about the role of the SHAC and get their input about health instruction within the district. But as you all know, it also brought out some challenges. The biggest challenge that Lori and Elise have talked about this year is the opt-in. It presents some challenges paperwork wise to manage getting all of those in and making plans for kids that weren't opted into the instruction versus were, and how we can distribute that in a timely manner. And then also, and Jasmine mentioned this, like legal interpretations can be a little bit different from district to district. So if I talked to Lori and her legal gave one suggestion, but my legal gave a different suggestion, trying to figure out what the right answer is. So again, a big old thank you to Jasmine. Like that really was super helpful. And I now have a contact to answer all of my questions. So Elise is going to talk to us. And I don't want to steal your thunder, Joel, if you're actually going to ask these questions, but at least a question that she was going to answer.
So the question that I was going to answer is, how can we do a better job of supporting SHACs across the state? Number one was just a timely education on SHAC laws when they are passed. Most of us were following House Bill 1525 and then somehow got lost because it got snuck into or under finance. And we thought it was dead in the water. And then all of a sudden we found out late in the summer that it passed through finance. And so we were scrambling to figure out what that meant. So just, a little bit a heads up on those kind of things. The other thing was provide more sessions like this early on in the process. I know Amber and Lori and I were probably a little ahead of a lot of people from what we've heard. But God, some of this stuff would have been, like Amber said, earth shattering for us in September. Resources for SHAC requirements. For me, it was the triennial report. Yes, we have to do the triennial report. What does that look like? You decide. So, I created a template and I've shared it with a lot of people. But things like that to kind of know where we're going and what it should look like. And then the last thing that we talked about was like the community partnership opportunities for SHAC education and support. So we had our first open meeting the other night, last month, sorry. And Amber's been in this position. She's moved up to a different position. And so she has contacts and she knew who to contact from Harris County Public Health. And she brought them in to talk to our SHAC about STDs and teen pregnancy before we brought in all this human sexuality, and it took off some of the pressure of us about the need for human sexuality to be taught in our schools. So just community partnerships opportunities would be huge for each for areas. And Lori has the next question, I believe.
And so my next question has kind of two parts to it. It's what do you see as the biggest challenge for districts and shacks around student health moving forward, and how can policy support positive change? So first, we talked a lot about the biggest challenge, which we've already mentioned, which is some of the things as the opt-in, and then the legislation that kind of bogs down our work, trying to make sure that we're compliant. But also other things would be the parent involvement and commitment to our shacks. It's very, though there's low participation, and it's like a big turnover for who's involved. So you're having to repeat yourself every year. You have to kind of come back and explain what shack is, and kind of starts from scratch. So those are some of our challenges. But the second part of that question was, how can policies support positive change? And so having policies there can require shacks to come up with a recess policy requirements and our PE minutes requirements, and models for implementation, for example, sample schedules or health instruction without a standalone course, or how to create scheduling challenges when it's a half year credit for health. What do you do with the other half of the year? Or a full year credit for the new PE courses? How does that affect kids that move in, or students that only took half a year this year? What are they going to do next year? So things like that. That's actually also a challenge, but also something that SHAC can help support. And then also advocating for our legislatures to review the implications of the policies on the district's workload required and the potential parent recruitment challenges before the new laws are passed. So just having some support pre-passing of laws, or pre-planning as we go into the new laws. Those were mine.
Well, thank you. Let me throw this out there. I think you guys do a great job of this. How would you recommend that folks here connect with legislators and make sure they understand the importance of shacks? Anybody for the panels, if you think that?
Hey, Joel, you cut out, so we did not hear what you said.
So this is a question for the panel. So the question is, how would you recommend that folks connect with legislators and make they understand the importance of shacks?
We actually discussed this one, and we wanted Joel's take on this question. Like, is the best way for us to contact legislators?
Yeah,
sure.
It's going to end and lead into Joel, but yeah.
Well, here's what I would suggest, because I was taking notes through some of this. You guys have some great success stories, and lawmakers need to hear, your local folks need to hear about the work the shacks are doing. This is a good time to go set up a meeting with your state senator, state rep, and share with them the work that's being done, and so that they have a better understanding, and so that they're not hearing only the bad things or the conspiracy messages of what shacks are doing out there late at night while they're in Austin. This way they can pick up the phone and call a Lori or an Amber from Austin during session and say, hey, this is what I'm hearing. Is this true? Or can you help me answer some of these questions? We need more of that. And so everybody here on this call, I encourage them to schedule the time now with the lawmakers and share some of those success stories so that they understand it. Because come January, when session comes around, you won't have the time that they will be willing to give you right now. I don't know if anybody wants to add anything to that. One other thing I would suggest also, first of all, that and Michelle just put in the chat that the Texas Action for Healthy Kids will be hosting an advocacy webinar in March. I think it'd be phenomenal if we tripled the attendance at that, based on, I think I can say this on this call, legislature every session, gets a little weirder and weirder when it deals with school health advisory councils. And you can ask Michelle, it gets lonely up there on Saturday nights when they're running with crazy amendments, and it's just a handful of us trying to stop a train. But many of you are really instrumental in reaching out to lawmakers day or night when we need it most. But these advocacy trainings, it's a good time to get other colleagues across the state engaged, develop success stories, plan for the session. I would even encourage you to do another session prior to the legislative session, so that everybody's kind of gets a forecast of what the 88th session will look like, because it is critical for lawmakers for them to hear from you. And I am just overwhelmed with the information that y'all have done locally, and impressed in the sense that I wish we had this panel running our health and education department at the Texas Education Agency, because you guys are on the ball and y'all got some great resources that y'all put together and that I wish more schools would share with each other. And so I think if that advocacy webinar in March that Michelle will be coordinating through Texas Action for Healthy Kids. If any of you are interested in getting involved with the Partnership for Healthy Texas, as I mentioned, go visit the website, get involved. Or if you'd like, anybody from the partnership, such as myself or any of my other colleagues, to do, some type of one-on-one with your shacks, we're happy to coordinate that and be part of your panel presentation. And in this day and age, we can zoom in anywhere across the state. So I'll stop there and see if there's any other questions or comments.
The chat went quiet. We have about 8 minutes left here.
Well, let me ask this. Are there anybody out there that would like to share or would like to pose any particular challenges the new legislation has thrown their direction that they want to share with the panel? And since we have some resources here. I know there's been conversation.
I'm going to jump on that and you guys answer how has it impacted parent participation? Because I've talked to some districts where they're telling me that parents don't want to be recorded. In this day and age, you never know how something you say could be taken from that recording and misconstrued, or cut up and sent out. So has it impacted your parent participation in your shacks? No comment?
I was gonna say, I don't know. We definitely have considered that as a problem. We are not videoing, we are doing audio. And we have made sure that we told them, but that has definitely been a concern of getting our members. And is that why? We don't know. I mean, we haven't been told that specifically. But I do think that possibly just having audio may be a little bit more helpful, and audio is legal, right, Jasmine? Yeah.
We haven't had anybody get up and leave when we've told them that it's going to be recorded. So that's a good sign. But we wouldn't know if it creates a reluctance to participate in the shack because they just wouldn't show up.
A question I have is, y'all had touched on the opt-in component to both of these, and the added paperwork and or other documentation that's going to be involved. Have y'all, either of you, the school districts that are currently on the panel, have y'all discussed options that y'all are willing to share, or thoughts on how that might be addressed?
So we have not officially adopted a new human sexuality curriculum or Senate Bill 9 topic curriculum resources yet. The discussion that is kind of floating around now is how we can support campuses with this work by potentially sending it paper and electronically, so that it would help the teachers keep track of who is able to receive the instruction and who is not. So like we have Skyward in Pasadena. Is there a way we can do it through Skyward to help the teachers manage this? Does that make sense?
And for us, we sent out, our district wanted to use Qualtrics, which is a way to send out stuff electronically to parents and get them to respond. And we sent out over 7,000 notices, and we got back 500. And I don't know of that 500, how many were opt-in and how many were opt-out, but that's not a very good turnout, right? So then it became, we can't just do it electronically. The classrooms that were more successful actually sent home the physical letter and got a much better response. Otherwise, we were getting like one kid in your class turns it back in. How can you justify teaching that one student, and what do you do with the other 50?
Yeah, I think two things. So one is that I think you'll definitely get a higher response rate by sending it in, not just electronically where things can get lost, but because it needs to be sent 14 days before instruction begins. I think that's helpful too, instead of mass sending. Somebody asked in the question, are all SHAC meetings required to be recorded? And they're not. It's just the meetings that these items are discussed.
I did not know that.
I did not either. I thought they all had to be recorded.
I thought.
And another note, there are districts that, it doesn't hurt you. It's not breaking the law to record all of your meetings, but it is just these 2 public meetings that is within the requirement for the public meetings for that to happen.
Okay.
But some districts will choose to go above and beyond. Some districts were already posting minutes and already making recordings. I see some districts were not, but so it doesn't hurt to go beyond the requirements.
So all the posting of the agenda and all that, is it directly related just to the sexuality? So, oh, okay. That's new. That's totally new. We've been telling everybody everything.
That's very interesting because it's in the section that talks about the 4 meetings per year and 72 hours after posting. It's not in the human sexuality section.
Okay, wait, maybe I'm wrong. Let me pull up I have the bill pulled up. I'll have to get back if you guys want to answer a different question while I look at it.
I think definitely we've got a couple minutes before the next panel.
Well, we're going to take a quick break with Catch.
Yes,
So,
I'll put in the chat what I find. So I'll clarify it in the chat.
does anybody else have a question? I would.
Go ahead.
I'm going to say I'm rooting for you to be right and her be wrong.
So, but attorneys always have to confirm and find it in writing. So I will find it in writing and I'll put it in the chat.
Thank you,
That'd be
Jasmine. Yeah, I would agree with the others. I was under the impression that was for all SHAC meetings that this was the new expectation for all SHAC meetings. So thank you, Jasmine. And thank you, Joel and Lori, Amber, Elise, everybody. Thanks so much for your great panel this afternoon. Michelle, did we have any other questions at this time?
No, I think we covered most of them. If we missed your question, please email it to me and we'll make sure and get it answered. But thanks, guys. That was a great panel.
Thank you.
Thanks, Joel, for moderating, hosting, and for all of our panelists. At this time, I think we're going to go ahead and turn things over to our catch partner. And we're going to do just a quick little activity break. And then following that, we will be back here at 2:30 for our next and final panel for the day. So take it away, catch team.
All right, thank you so much. First, I just want to thank the panelists. That was a great panel, lots of wonderful information there. And I love how you're really meeting educators right where they are and answering some very timely and relevant information right now for us. All right, so that being said, we're going to play my favorite game called Meet Me in the Middle. So if you will, turn those cameras on and we're going to play a quick game. That's my favorite catch game. So in this activity, you're going to need to back up away from the computer as far as you can. So we're going to put lots of physical activity in here, okay? Then what we're going to do is we are going to run to the computer. This is an old one, so you might have done this before, but it's a goodie. You're going to run to the computer. You're going to meet us all in the middle, give a high five, and then run back. All right. I'm going to go over that one more time. When I say go, you're going to run to your computer, give everyone a quick high five, and then run back to your wall. All right, ready and go. Meet me in the middle, run to the computer, give me a high five and run back. Perfect. This time we're going to run to our computer. Give me a right hand and a left hand. Ready, go. Run to your computer. Give me a right, give me a left, and run back. Hey. This next one, you're going to give me a right hand, give me a left hand. You're going to kick with your right foot, kick with your left foot. Ready, go. Run to the computer. High five right, high five left, kick right, kick left, run back. All right, get that heart rate up. Okay, this time we're going to give a high five right, high five left, kick with your right, kick with your left. Then you're going to turn around and you're going to touch the ground. Everyone ready? I see those smiles and go. Run to that computer. Give me a right, left, kick right, kick left, turn around, touch the ground. Good job, guys. We've got one more, okay? Right, left, kick right, kick left, turn around, touch the ground. You're gonna give me 2 jumping jacks. All right, last one, ready and go. Run to the computer. Give me a right, give me a left, kick right, kick left, turn around, touch the ground, and 2 jumping jacks. All right, give yourselves a hand. Hopefully we got that heart rate up just a little bit. And now feel free to take a quick break.
And pay attention, Jasmine did answer our question, and it is all meetings must be recorded. Sorry.
Yeah, thanks, girls, ladies. Hi, Miss Karen. You ready to go? I'm going to step away for a minute, but we'll be back in 7 minutes.
Right. So we're starting at 2:30. Quick question. I was typing in the chat, but was it just clarified that all meetings are to be recorded, not just the 2?
Yeah, not just the recording, but those requirements for public meetings apply to all 4 meetings. So what it says in the law, and I think somebody even put the exact part of the statute of 28.004, that each meeting must, and it's not just connected to the special topic meeting. So I'm sorry, I feel bad because everyone got really excited. And then
got our hopes up.
I'm gonna put my email in the chat. If people have other questions, if they want to talk, they can reach out to me through email as well.
Okay, thank you, Jasmine. And Michelle, I know we're starting back at 2:30, but you'll run the video beforehand?
I'll run it at 2:30.
Okay, all right. See y'all at 2:30.
Bye.
Hi, everyone. This is Alice Kirk. We have about another minute or so before we kick back off our afternoon panel.
Good to hear you, Alice.
Yes, I'm not sure what y'all can see or if there's a picture, but yes, I'm back on my phone here.
Everybody's still hidden except John. We have, hi, John. And there's Karen. Awesome.
Oh, fantastic. Okay.
And I just, okay,
Sure.
Sherry's in as well. And
So Alice will do a quick.
Melanie, I'm not sure if did Melanie log on? Michelle?
I believe Melanie's here. Yeah.
Okay, cool.
All right. We'll let Alice get everybody.
All right. Yeah, if everybody is together. Okay, we're going to go ahead and kick off our afternoon panel. And before we do so, though, let's do what we've done throughout the day. Let's hear from some of our student voices and see a little bit about the question that they'd been posed was about social media and kind of technology and so forth. So let's hear from this group of kids.
By compiling and sharing content focused on health and wellness, engaging in social media is a very good way to educate your community. Some good ways to do this include sharing posts that promote nutrition promotion, physical breaks, and healthy celebration.
Hi, my name is Jan Chuan, and I'm representing Spring Branch ISD. Social media can be used as a tool to help spread information, such as how to live a healthy lifestyle. Online videos, such as on TikTok and YouTube, can teach you how to eat and exercise well. Important information we all should know.
Social media is a nationwide platform, more so a worldwide platform. So one thing you can post can be spread anywhere. Like say, for instance, my friend posted a TikTok video or an Instagram picture. That could be spread anywhere across the world because it's a worldwide thing, meaning healthy topics can be spread anywhere. It's so easy on social media.
So as we could hear from our youth and their recordings, a lot of what they kind of indicated had to do with the social media side of things and how they're communicating, which is certainly one way that communication and messaging is getting out. However, I think that in addition to that, our panel this afternoon is going to talk about just all the different ways that we are communicating, that as parents, as school representatives, as community partners, as administrators, etc., that we can all work together more effectively if we are certain that we're all communicating and really listening to one another, and that it is a two-way street, that the messaging is clearly meeting its mark. And so I am pleased this afternoon to introduce Miss Karen Burnell, who is going to be moderating this panel for the afternoon. And she too has been a wonderful champion and a wonderful steering committee member for Texas Action for Healthy Kids. She is a Texas PTA director at large and the Healthy Lifestyles chair. So Karen, I'm going to turn it over to you to introduce the panelists.
Thank you, Alice and Michelle. Just thank y'all again for having me as a moderator. As always, this summit just blows me away. I know this is the last session of the day. We got more fun to come tomorrow, but I hope y'all truly stick around for this last session and some great takeaways from it. So just a very quick little snippet about myself, just my background. I was a PE teacher, elementary PE teacher. I've also been a research coordinator that focused primarily on obesity prevention grants for childhood obesity, and health and PE district coordinator. I've also been still am currently a Catch Master trainer for the Catch program. And then some of my things I'm currently doing is serving on the Texas PTA Board of Directors, as well as I've been their healthy lifestyle liaison for quite a few years. So, and kind of got in a little back door there. All those other positions that I'd had before were before kids. And then I joined Texas PTA even before my kids were in school. So I have a third and a first grader now. And the exciting thing about this session, I think, is going to be just some of the lessons learned from, the takeaways that I had from, being a district coordinator before kids is very different now. And I think a lot of you can agree, if you do have kids, what the difference is once you have kids and in that environment. Sorry, I got a little distracted there. I'm also a healthy lifestyle chair for my local PTA. I also serve on the Texas Action for Healthy Kids Steering Committee and another advisory panel up here called Kids Teaching Kids. And so just again, wanted to kind of go back and say how now having kids, I do think that you're enlightened to see that there's still that amount of disconnect with the districts and parents, because we are busy parents just trying to keep up with everything. And I get to have a lot more real conversation now with some of my mom friends and who maybe don't have that vested interest in health and wellness, and to hear what they have to say. And, some of the things that's maybe not on the top of their mind. And, they're asking, well, how did you find that out? And so I'm eager to see what some of our wonderful panelists can share and advocate for some of the ways that we can better have that two-way communication. So without further ado, I'm going to tell you a little bit about them and then let them introduce themselves. We have John Ceballos, and he is the marketing coordinator for Klein ISD. We have Melanie Ambarja, who is the SHAC chair for the Fort Bend ISD. And then Sherry Sanders, and she is the Diversity Inclusion Chair for Wiley ISD Council of PTAs and the president-elect for the Wiley High School PTSA. So wealth of knowledge here. And I also forgot to mention that I'm the chair on our Richardson SHAC as well. So I am going to turn it over to, I believe John is starting off first. So thank you, John, for being here.
Sorry, I have to always remember to unmute myself for all of these, right? Thank you all for staying for this last presentation. Hopefully you hang in there a little bit longer, because I swear we're gonna hopefully get you some good information that you can take back to your campuses. Communication is important now more than ever. We have so much going on within your food service departments or within just food service industry as a whole. And we want to make sure that we're communicating that to the public. We see it all over the news. We're short-staffed, supply chain issues. So how do we get that information out? The good thing is a lot of that information is out as it is. People are seeing their grocery stores not stocked, and they're hearing it on the news. So they are getting this information already. It's just sometimes important to reiterate that information to our families. And we use different ways. I always say communicate the same message in as many ways as you have the ability to. I'm going to talk over some of the ways that we use, and hopefully it sparks some ideas for you guys if you're not using those methods. So obviously we all probably have websites. That's a good place to go, but think about how many times people are actually navigating to your website to look at the content that's on there, whether it's an update or something like that. They may go to find meal prices or to apply for a free reduced price meal, but that's probably one of the last places that they're going to go now with social media at our fingertips, which definitely leads me into social media. It's something that we've been using Facebook for the past 2 years, same with Instagram, or I say 2 years, yeah, I have to put into pandemic time set. So 2 years we've started using Facebook as well as Instagram because we saw that that's where parents specifically were coming to get their information. So you have to sort of know your audience and know who you're trying to reach. A lot of times it could be principals, it could be other teachers or faculty at the campus, and a lot of them are on Twitter. So we knew that if we wanted to engage with them, we were going to sort of hit that avenue. If we wanted parents That's going to be our middle-aged people. We're going to go towards Facebook. And then if we're wanting to hit our younger audience, we're looking more towards Instagram. There's other outlets such as TikTok and things like that. But to get information out there, I wouldn't necessarily associate TikTok with that. It's fun, but it definitely is a commitment and would require you to put some work into that. So think about the different mediums that you're going to use and how much work you're able to actually invest into that. I know that a lot of us are doing multiple roles in our department, so it's hard to be the director and scoop mashed potatoes whenever you're short-staffed, and also get content to post on social media. So just make sure that you do your best. I always say, if you can find a platform that is working, whether your district uses, sort of tie into that. We ourselves have, under 1,000 followers, which doesn't seem like a lot, but whenever you partner with your districts, they have thousands of followers. So I always say piggyback off of them and use them as a resource. Because one post that I may say, hey, we're hiring. That's one of the big things we're focused on now is getting some people to work for us. I could post that on any of my social media pages, whether it's Instagram, Facebook, or Twitter, and that's going to reach max 1,500 people combined. But whenever you partner that together with your district, our district has over 40,000 followers on Twitter, over another 30,000 followers on Facebook, and that's now up that to 70,000 people that now have your information. So again, getting it out there and using other people, your kitchen managers or other supervisors, to share that information, because a lot of times those people are all within the same district and they're going to reach the audience that you're trying to get to. So utilize your neighbors, utilize the district, because a lot of times they also have a communications department. I know that a lot of districts do not have communication departments or areas, so partnering with them definitely helps. I always say, same message 1,000 different ways. Peach Jar, it's a resource that we have, and it's a lot of districts use it to sort of send flyers out to family. We use that to send information. The one con to that is a lot of people know that Peach Jar is used for flyers. So if they're not looking for information, a lot of times they trash that. But that's a reason that it's important to communicate different messages in different ways. Phone calls and text messages, it's still a way that we use to communicate to our families, whether it's trying to figure out what information they need, or survey them for whatever it is, or just push out information to them. We, again, tagging on to district resources, they use School Messenger, which allows us to communicate on an individual basis with any family in our district. We can do it by schools, we can do it by grade level, or we could just get the district as a whole and push a message to all of them. One of the good things about Peach Jar is it allows that message to be personalized. So if I want to use email, I tie into that, and I can actually make that email using like a merge feature that will put the student's first name or the last name of that family. So it is a little bit more personal to those family members, and they're more apt to read it. But again, the most important thing is to get that information out there in all the different ways that you have. I know our time is short, so I'm going to start with that. I'm going to let the other panelists speak, and if we have any time for questions at the end, I'll definitely answer those as well. But different methods, as many as you can, because again, just because one way works for a good group of people, you want to try to hit as many people as possible. So while social media is great, you want to keep in mind your website. People still are going to your website, even if it's the last resort. Phone calls, text messages, and emails. Partnering with your districts is very important, your district communication department, because they'll also be able to provide you resources that you may not know that you have. So I'll pass it along to the next person.
Thank you, John. Thank you for sharing that. And I have to, I had to chuckle myself a little bit, because you mentioned, Facebook for the parents and Instagram for the young ones. And I'm the one who I don't even get on Facebook. So I need this in an email. So I do. I really 100% agree with all of that, because even though you do want to go the social media route, you have to think of all those other ways to continue to reach them. And the fact that you're that marketing coordinator, I think back to that analogy. Everybody knows Nike's motto, right? It's just do it. And so I think the more that we do that a good job at marketing this information that we're trying to get out, making that, sort of health and wellness the norm. This is something that they're seeing, whether they're doing healthy lifestyles through their PTA, whether it's part of their coordinated school health initiative with their district, or just that SHAC awareness. I think the more that we can make that the norm and market that, just as much as they do some of the other things in the district, I think that's just, so very important.
Absolutely. I would say that there was, the pandemic, we speak about it like it's ending, but really that put food service, nutrition service departments at the spotlight of so many communities. And we want to keep that traction going, right? They're looking at us now. They see the amazing things that we're doing already, whenever crisis calls for us to feed them curbside or whatever. So if eyes are on us, let them give them something to look at. And whether it's, like you said, nutrition education, or just the delicious food that we're serving at the school, the healthy meals that we're serving at the school, keep their eyes on us for all the good reasons, because we are doing amazing things, and it's important that we show them that.
And I know we're going to get on to our other presenters, but I had one question just to tie back in specifically to child nutrition, because again, talking about this is a two-way street, right? So you're all that information funneling out to them. Do y'all have any ways that you are getting that information from the parents, as far as a menu advisory committee, surveys, taste tests, things like that?
Yeah, absolutely. So, pardon my referencing the pandemic to everything. As much as I try to get away from it, you can't get away from it.
Surveys count too.
But truly, whenever we started out to how do we need to feed our students, how can our family, what do our families want, what do our families needs? We asked them, we were very transparent. Hey, help us help you. And let us give you what you need. And being transparent, people are going to have their opinions and they're going to fill it out with whatever they want, but you're going to have those that truly, do need it, and they're going to provide you valuable feedback. It's important that you have that back and forth engagement with them, because once they feel that they're putting information out there, they're putting themselves out there, whether it's in response to a message that you put out there, or inquiring about, the food that you serve, or whatever it may be that they're inquiring you or engaging with you about. It's important that we match that same respect and that same energy that they're putting into us, right? If they're taking the time to talk to you and to get more information, we need to do our part to reply to them and to engage them in a timely manner as well. Because again, it's you're going to have those that have their opinions and those that may not come happy, but you're going to have those that are trying for a common cause in providing our children with nutritious meals. So as long as that's at the center of what you're trying to accomplish, I think that the engagement is important. It's useful, and it's helped us be where we are today.
100% agree. All right. Thank you, John. I won't put you on the spot anymore. All right. Now I believe we're moving on to Melanie, like I said, Mbarja, and I'm going to let her tell you a little bit more about herself and with Fort Bend ISD's SHAC.
Hello, everyone. Thank you. I'm Melanie Mbarja. I'm the parent of 2 children in Fort Bend ISD and a longtime school volunteer, beginning as a room parent, classroom volunteer, chair of the Teacher Appreciation Committee, VP of the elementary PTA, volunteer coordinator, VP, and then president of middle school PTO, and now chair of Fort Bend ISD School Health Advisory Council, or SHAC. And similar to what John said, I was thinking we had on one of our communications committees on our PTO, we had a discussion regarding how to better communicate. And one of the things we wanted to ask was, how do you like to get your information? Because everybody likes to get their information in different ways. So we found out that we had to push communications and pull. Some people want to have it fed to them. Some people want to go get it themselves. So there's all these different varieties. And I agree, you have to just get out there and make sure that you're doing it as many ways as you can. So next slide, please. And a little bit about the area, the school district, for those of you who don't know. Fort Bend ISD is the 8th largest district in Texas, one of the most diverse, with 81 campuses. We've got roughly over 100 languages spoken. Roughly 30% of our students are economically disadvantaged, and the district's minority enrollment is roughly 90%, with Black or African American, Hispanic, Latino, Asian, or Pacific Islander, each accounting for slightly more than 25% of the student population. And next slide. And a lot of you are already familiar with SHACs and know that it's a parent and community advisory group with the majority of the membership required to be parents of students in the district. And you know that we act as an advisory capacity to the board to help bring about best policies and practices to ensure children are healthy and ready to learn. Regarding our communication efforts in our SHAC has two-way communication through our meetings, which are open to the public, and our parent members and guests are invited to participate when we have Q&A after our speakers, and in our breakout sessions where we have various topics that are discussed and presented. Our parent members and liaisons are also involved in our subcommittees where they're able to provide feedback directly to the district on programming, initiatives, and other matters. So they're often called upon to provide that feedback. We also communicate with parents through district media. We have a web page and we have our own Twitter account. So we're also using our social media, trying to do all the different ways. We're constantly striving to encourage parent engagement. So next slide. I think our most promising development in this regard of encouraging efforts is our efforts at the campus level. We have been supporting a parent input and involvement at the campus level through development of campus wellness committees. Our Board of Trustees approved a wellness policy which requires each campus to have a campus wellness committee, which is made up of campus admin, parents and teachers and students. And their goal is to help implement the wellness policy at the campus level based on their specific campus needs. In addition, the SHAC is recruiting SHAC liaisons for each campus, and the SHAC liaison would attend our regular SHAC meetings, relay the information from the SHAC meetings to the campus wellness committees, and then also act as a representative at the district SHAC meeting for the campus to share campus perspectives and needs so we can better serve the campuses. We also have student wellness committees, which are basically mini SHACs at each of the high schools, and they're student-led, trying to encourage the students to take ownership and develop the programs that they want to see at their campuses. And we support that at the district level by having a few of the students from each of those campuses come to the district coalition, and we provide support and resources for them to take back to their campuses. As a liaison myself and a member of a campus wellness committee, in addition to being a chair, we just had our third meeting for our campus's newly formed campus wellness committee this morning. And it wasn't easy to get started, especially this year with everybody running on fumes, but we made it happen. I'd say the hardest part was just getting started. And I think it's probably like that for many things. So what I'd like to suggest is just what we tried to do, be understanding, and I put myself in their shoes to see it from their perspective. They're a little bit overwhelmed, and it was just one more thing. So, and then I tried to really listen. Once we finally got a meeting, I asked, how could we help? And we really listened to what they were saying and what they needed, and hearing that they needed to have their cups filled too, because as staff, when we're asking them to do one more thing, it's often overwhelming. So making sure they understood that we were there to do things for them and to help ease the burden, to help bring the resources and help make things happen so that they could fulfill their goals. And lastly, I'd say be flexible. I'd love to have had some sort of big campus wellness fair, but that wasn't going to happen this year. So we focused on what we could do and built upon that. Identified a few simple things we could do for the teachers and staff, and other things we could improve wellness for the students. I think when it comes to communication, it's really important to build the relationships and be persistently present in a positive manner, so that when something difficult arises, you can approach it together and sort of know each other, have a better understanding of each other. So, and that's it for my intro.
Thank you so much for sharing, Melanie. I do see that there's a question in the chat, and it's directed right now to both John or you. And it just says, what % of your day do you dedicate to social media announcements and updates? Basically creating content, posting, and follow-up. What do you think that percentage is?
It's hard for me to put into percentages. I try to start my week, with about an hour of time to get the content for the week. I try to have a library of stuff to post out there. And this is just, basic information, whether it's showcasing our meals or highlighting our kitchens, different things like that. And then I schedule it for the week so I don't have to put too much extra time into it a week. I get notifications if there's any engagement, and I try to be respond as fast as possible. But I would say I probably don't spend more than 2 to 3 hours a week, working on that. I utilize our kitchen staff, our kitchen managers, our field supervisors, our zone managers that are out in the kitchen already to sort of get the pictures for me, or the content, so to say, and then I take the time to schedule it out. So I'm not sure if you're talking specific, hey, here's information. Usually we have, goals, whether it's, again, I said hiring, so we'll schedule that throughout the week to make sure that information gets out there and it's included in our information for that week, or fill in the blank of what it is. But I try to get that content early on in the week, because again, we have so many people playing different roles that I want to make sure that I have the time for the other areas and time to respond or engage with people that are engaging on the different platforms.
Thank you, John. And Melanie, do y'all do a lot of that as well? You said your shack actually has a Facebook page?
We have a Twitter account. And
Twitter
I'd
account,
say,
okay.
Yeah, I'd say similar to John, probably maybe 2 hours a week, and it's mostly coming up with retweets of different events and things that are happening in the district, or maybe from one of the organizations like Action for Healthy Kids or Dairy Max, or something's coming up. Oliver Foundation will just share those resources. So the rest of it's email, and that takes up a lot of time.
Yes. I think, that's even similar with our elementary school. It's, that once a week email that comes out, it's PTA generated, but, it's again, that back and forth dialogue with the school to put in what's the school needing to push out, what's the PTA needing to push out. Then we'll put it on social media as well. And, trying to get that information out at least once a week. But it takes time planning on the back end for that. And then I also see Michelle has a question, and in just your opinions, because I've heard a little bit of both, from Twitter to Instagram. What do y'all think are the best social media platforms that you utilize to reach parents?
Melanie, do you want to start this one?
I'm really not sure how many parents are following us. I know we reach a lot of staff and other interested parties, like our student wellness coalitions and things like that, but we're still trying to reach the parents. And I'm not sure how we use the, at least I'm not sure how through social media. We do try to communicate with the PTAs and PTOs through a Facebook page that they have in our district, but we don't have a Facebook page ourselves. And we don't have any other social media presence other than our Twitter account. So as far as social media goes, it's kind of hard.
Yeah, no, I would agree. Sometimes it's difficult to say, pinpoint exactly where they are, because you're going to have them all in all of them. But Facebook has been the one that we use whenever we target parents specifically. And then also Peach Jar, because we know they're parents of students. Again, sometimes that information that goes in there is lost, and you don't know how many people are actually looking at it. But that's why we try the different, we communicate it in as many ways as we can, so that we try to hit them at least, whether it's with the email, they're going to see the email, or maybe they're going to get on Facebook, or maybe they're going to get it through the Peach Jar, or maybe they're going to get the text that we send. But as long as you're doing it in different ways, you're going to hit the ones that want the information. The people that want the information are going to do their best to make sure that they are at least connected, whether it's following you or enrolled in the emails that go out with the district to get that information.
All right, excellent.
You can also ask them. You can also, I would say, you can also ask the parents what information. We send emails frequently or poll them. Hey, what social media do the parents use, and they'll let you know. But I would definitely say Facebook. Twitter seems to have stuck with district staff, and then Instagram is more kids.
Thank y'all. And I agree. I mean, and like you said, using those surveys to get that parent input. And I'll speak to it. You give me more than 5 questions, I'm probably not going to fill out that survey. So keep those questions short, 1, 2, 3 questions max. You can send out another survey down the line, but getting that input to them, you're going to lose your parents if you give them more than that. So all right, thank you for sharing. We are on to last but not least, our presenter, Sherry Sanders. Like I mentioned, she's myriad of things in Wiley ISD. So I'm going to turn it over to Sherry to share a little more about herself.
Thank you, Karen. Love what you did there. Next slide, please. Just to introduce myself a little bit. I am a native Texan. I've been married for 22 years with 2 teenagers. I'll add, we also have 2 dogs, 2 cats, 2 fish, 2 frogs, and 2 snails. So we are a busy household. I do work outside the home. I have a global supply chain job, which right now has been really fun. And I've been a PTA leader at the local, district, state, and national levels. I'm on a national program subcommittee. I'm a field service rep for the state. And then at the district level, as Karen mentioned, I'm the D&I chair this year, but I was the Healthy Lifestyles chair the past 2 years, as well as the parent co-chair of SHAC. And at the local level, I've been president programs, Healthy Lifestyles. I've been president at the elementary level, the middle school level, and junior high level, and I will be president at the high school level next year. I'm president-elect this year. So communication is a very, very big topic in our volunteer positions. I've also served on our diversity advocacy council or committee or advisory committee rather. And that's been an interesting perspective along with the SHAC, trying to work together. So I've been able to see a lot of different things in the district in motion and work with a lot of different groups of parents and educators, which has been fabulous. And one of the things that I've noticed or taken away from a lot of these experiences is I definitely fit the definition of involved parent, but there's a lot of definitions of involved parents. There's a lot of different levels of engagement, and they're all important and they're all key to success. And reaching those parents and finding out how they communicate starts with the communicator. And that's one of the things that I've had to learn over the years. It's a very tough lesson to learn and to put into practice. And there can be some barriers. So if we go to the next slide, please. Some of those challenges in communicating really focus on establishing a shared language. Our educators sometimes are coming at things from a policy perspective, and what are the things that we have to check off this list to make sure that we're in compliance? And that is first and foremost to make sure that we can get on with the rest of the work of the day, right? And the things that we love and the way that we want to engage with the students and the parents and connect, but we have to get past some of those requirements, or not really get past them, but understand how they can be valuable to us. And from the parent perspective, a lot of that is really confusing. There's some jargon that we don't understand. There's some mandated communication that comes out that sometimes can be really intimidating, especially if there's some, consequential language in there, right? If this doesn't happen, then this will happen, and here's your responsibilities as a parent. And when we look at English as a second language or different levels of education, those communications can be really hard to sift through. And so one of the things that we've worked really hard on is how do we simplify that language? We're still keeping it in compliance, still communicating the heart of the message, but making sure that it's more understandable. And also trying to emphasize that parental role in an educational environment. We all come from different backgrounds and different expectations of what does it mean to be a parent, what does it mean to participate, what does it mean to have a healthy lifestyle, all these things that we're trying to kind of integrate and connect for our families. And by that kind of simplification and really thinking about the meaningful and intentional language that we're using, we can get across messages to various groups of people that might have been missing it before because we're kind of speaking from our own perspective. And like I said, it's taken me many, many years as a leader, as a volunteer leader, and even in my corporate position to think about my listeners' perception of what I'm saying versus what it was that I thought I was communicating. And part of that too is really the getting to know the district, helping the parents and the students connect with the district resources. A lot of times we'll get the forward of the forward of the forward, or, where do I go to find that information? And one of the things we've found super, super helpful is to provide the who, what, when, where guidelines for connecting with the correct resources. I'll tell you from a very personal perspective. So one of my teenagers, he just turned 17, but he graduated from our district self-paced high school program at 16, just a couple months ago. And part of how we got there, though, is he had some mental health challenges. And we had a couple inpatient stays. He had some difficulties attending school. And even as well-connected as I am, somebody who was a SHAC co-chair, someone who understood the district and what my responsibilities as a parent were, I really didn't know how to navigate that situation when we started talking about attendance issues and trying to get him the resources that he needed and his healthcare providers connected. And what were these resources that are available through our district? And there's really, in our district, we're very lucky. We have a huge focus on SEL and mental health resources and getting those education pieces out there. But I still had some gaps as a parent of how do I help my family individually. And so one of the things, the takeaways from that was let's build on that and create this resource for our parents of understanding where do they go. And in fact, we're even having a program at our high school this week that will introduce our parents and students to the mental health resources at our high school. We have a new calming room that we're very proud of. And we're going to have fireside chat with our counselors. We have student advocates who are the subset of counselors who are there for these particular types of situations and to really help navigate these situations for our students. We're going to have fireside chats with them. They're going to get to tour the calming room and introduce some district-wide resources as well. So the more that we can do that and have these programs and these communication opportunities that help our parents connect to our district resources, the better off the parents are going to be and the more successful the overall communication is going to be, because those parents are the best conduit or the best method of sharing that information to other parents. I can't tell you how many parents have kind of heard our family situation, picked up the phone or texted me and said, hey, I don't know what to do. I don't know who to contact. And you want to make sure that those parents, your informed parents, really do have accurate information. We do use a lot of Facebook pages. We have graduating class pages. We have different PTA focus pages. But you want to make sure that the people who are speaking up and sharing that information actually have the right information or sending people to those correct resources. So part of that, John was talking about this and Melanie alluded it to, the methods really matter. You've got to understand your audience and how you're trying to reach them. Is this a communication that's going out to the parents, to the students, really a whole family engagement? Is it something that you need your staff to know? So that's where different pieces come into play. Is it appropriate to put it on Facebook or Instagram? Have the kids do a really quick TikTok because they understand it. I will admit, I have no idea. I've got to get the students involved for that kind of thing. And also meeting families where they are. A lot of our families are coming from different countries, different districts, you know, out of state. You don't even really have to go that far to have a completely different education environment. So making sure that there's, you know, an introduction to what those resources are and to make sure that it's really broad based. We have a lot of parents who don't even know that they can be involved at the school. And that's how you get kind of the in crowd, that same set of parents that you see at every event and every committee. And we try to reach beyond that. So we go out to different houses of worship or community centers or find parents who are participating in those communities, so that have them send the message that we want a lot of diverse representation at our SHAC meeting, that it is for the parents, that it's not just for, you know, PTA members, it's not just for the parent who volunteers at the school every other week, it's for any concerned parent who wants to have a say or even just listen. You don't even have to say anything, because that can also be really intimidating, is what's the expectation of participation. And the language thing is a really, really big deal. We try to send things out in as many languages as we can. We're very lucky in Texas that we have a lot translated into Spanish, but many of our families come from different origins, and making sure that we get those communications into those languages, that really helps us kind of pass by that barrier. Kind of a funny quick story from my work life is, in traveling different countries, I've learned that even the simplest word, yes, can have different meaning. So one is, yes, I heard you. One is, yes, I heard you and I agree with you. Then there's, yes, I heard you, I agree with you, and I'm gonna act on it. And three is, yes, I heard you, I agree with you, I'm gonna act on it, and then I'm going to follow up. So you have all these different levels, and it's taken a long time to interpret which one of those yeses that you're getting. And I think we even experienced that, you know, with parent volunteers. We may even experience it at home, especially if you have teenagers. But when we think about such one little simple word can have so many different interpretations. It's so great to have communications looked at many times by different native speakers and even various native speakers. So we were finding, just for an example, we were relying on one translator, but that particular dialect didn't really communicate quite well with the rest of the speakers of that language. And so we got an additional translator and kind of met in the middle for how we were going to send those communications out. So those are some ways that we kind of get beyond kind of that core center of parents, and that's been really helpful for us. And then next slide. So one of the things that we've just found by improving communication, we have seen that, first of all, it begins with connecting, and then you get this improved communication, and then the network and that synergy just grows from there. And that's where you get that receptive environment where you can have honest and respectful discourse, where you get a good feedback loop. So your surveys are coming back with really honest answers. People are looking forward to participating in those surveys instead of just checking the boxes. And it also gives space to process emotions. When we start talking about healthy lifestyles and some of these different programs, and especially with this focus on mental health, these are touchy subjects, and they bring up a lot of emotion from parents. It brings up a lot of emotion from educators too, because educators passionately want to help the students, and the parents passionately want their kids to connect, and everybody's really got the same goal in mind, but you're coming at it from such different perspectives and with such different emotions that you have to have space to process that. And when you have this type of environment, when you have that connection, that allows you that opportunity. And it also, as I mentioned earlier, allows both students and parents an opportunity to learn how to navigate the campus and district resources. So even if that wasn't the goal with the communication of, you know, the healthy lifestyles information or these programs, when they do participate, when they participate in a cooking contest or an art contest, and you have all these different methods where they feel comfortable and you're building this trust, then all of a sudden communication and relationships actually open up across the board. So it seems like sometimes it's a small thing, but it really can spiral out to making, you know, improvement, you know, in your community overall. And that really does come down to that trust that you want to develop in that relationship. That's how we get our parents to participate. They trust that this is important. You know, you will come look at this program or read this book because they know that we're not just speaking to check off a box. We're not asking them to come to a program because, you know, PTA fundraisers have to equal the number of programs or whatever our requirements are. We're doing it because we really have information that we're passionate about sharing, that we think will improve our students' well-being, our family well-being. And when they understand that that's our goal and they trust and that's our goal, I think we see a lot more participation and better communication both ways.
Absolutely agree, Sherry. Just wanted to check, that's your last slide, correct? Yes, that's it. But I really appreciate what you said about, sorry, no, we're jumping back there. Just reaching past that, you know, the in crowd, the ones that are always up there. And that's going to kind of lead me into just a question kind of for all of y'all real quick, because I know we've touched on it a little bit, and translating is obviously kind of our first go-to for diversity and equity inclusion, but do y'all have any other examples of your communication strategies that are integrating DEI? And I know y'all are kind of thinking, sorry, I'm jumping right into some questions, but I knew that some of the stuff Sherry was touching on kind of led into that. And one other thing I did see in the chat too, it says, John asked, where do I get one of those calming rooms?
You have fabulous support advocates who build that up for your students. It's a fabulous resource. To answer
what does it look like, Sherry?
It's chairs and some manipulative, so things like, you know, the little, you're going to catch me here on the right phrases, but the little bubble popper things, some meditation tools, adult coloring books where you can just scribble, and the students, you know, check in for a particular amount of time. They do have to check in with the support advocate kind of as they're leaving, not to make it intimidating to use the room, but just to make sure that everything's okay. And it's just a really kind of quiet space where you can busy your hands but calm your mind. And it's got a lot of different kind of areas for the child to kind of recenter and be able then to return to the classroom.
And what
And
was the
that's
grade
the ultimate
level
goal.
that was at?
We have it at the high school level, and we have seen it also at the elementary and middle school. Obviously, it has to be deployed a little bit differently. High school can be a little bit more independent, but it's been hugely successful, and it's in that space where the counselors are, but it's not, but you don't necessarily have to interact with them, which makes it a lot more accessible for the students.
Yeah, it's just them going in. It's not saying I need to talk to somebody. It's
right.
just needing that. And then my other question was, you said they check in and check out. Is there a scripted amount of time that they're allowed to stay in there?
I know they're trying to be fluid with it right now because it's new. I think the goal is, maybe around 10 minutes. I would need to check for some more details on that. But the idea is to make sure that it's safe and it's open, but that is understood that the end goal is to be able to find a way to get back to the classroom. Now, of course, if the student finds that that's, there's too many barriers there, that's when they would go talk to the advocate and then see what the next steps are.
Awesome. Real quick, I saw Sandy, did you have your hand raised or? Maybe not, maybe she just hit it. Okay, if you do, let me know. But I'm going to jump back to that DEI question. Do we have any other examples past, again, you're translating, that your districts are doing to include DEI?
Karen, this is Melanie. I'll just say that one of the things our SHAC tries to do is be very mindful in our membership process, that we are having representation from all of our different feeder patterns, because we do have such a very large and diverse population spread across a large area as well. We want representation from all the different groups, and we try to make sure that we do have, at least from the feeder pattern, if not every school. So that's one of our efforts.
Yeah, we're doing some similar things in the mindfulness area in the scheduling part of it, trying to offer different times, making sure that we're not conflicting with key dates. And that's really kind of district wide, not just for SHAC. The other thing we're doing is being a little bit more, and we see our district doing this a lot, is being more visual, trying to reduce the amount of language that's used and using more images, more sound bites. And it can be a little bit tough, right? Because there's a whole bunch of information behind that sound bite or that image, but getting parents to navigate and understand that they can click here to get more information, and that takes them to a site that can be translated through whatever their browser is, et cetera. We see a lot more of that kind of colorful imagery in our communications versus a lot of language.
I would also tie into that. So I know that we focus a lot on the translations for different words, but my wife, who works for the district communications department, one focus that the district has is just accessibility features within your website or the content that you put out there. A lot of times we want to make sure, it's available in English and Spanish and all the Vietnamese, the common languages. But a lot of times we forget sometimes about, the blind people that are out there needing this information. So making sure that it's accessible to them by making sure that it's compliant to match those accessibility features. A lot of times, we don't always know those. I know that I'm not one to speak too much on it, but following the district's guidelines, the district's policy, working with them to where they're actually doing the work that's making our stuff, accessible to no matter the language, or if it's just text that they're needing to read.
Excellent. I mean, again, this is where it's like a lot of this stuff I think I know or I remember, and I'm just over here jotting down all this great information y'all are sharing, because I do think it's true, and I'm a very visual learner as well. So I think even somebody who's English speaking, I think that would still resonate with me more if I saw some of that versus all the text and things that I just tend to gloss over. So okay, I'm kind of looking back at the chat too, and I have a couple of other questions for y'all, but I wanted to just go in, Brandy from Region 4. I didn't know if you wanted to clarify that or you were just sharing, but she says, not sure if y'all have school nurses, but when the counselors get the tour, I encourage school nurses, for Sherry, there we go. Thank you. School nurses to have the details too. So she was just saying to share it with the nurses as well. Absolutely agree. I mean, I know, when we think about campus wellness teams, we're always trying to not, a lot of people think of going to the PE teacher, but, you really truly want, the counselor, the school nurse, the cafeteria manager. I like to also see maybe an upper grade level rep and a lower grade level rep. So you're really kind of getting that robust group together and including all of those areas.
Karen, can I say something on that?
Yeah.
Actually, we were talking about this the other day at our Shack regarding our campus wellness committees, and we've had a little bit of a struggle with identifying leads for those, because oftentimes we find that what happens is it gets a new requirement for the campus and it's just assigned to someone, and that person might already be overwhelmed with a lot of other things because they're the one who does everything, so they get identified as the one who will do things. One thing that was suggested was to, hopefully next year and suggest to the principals that they find out what all the different committees are that everybody is on, so that they can see visually if there's one person who's really overwhelmed and the other people don't have as much, maybe they could divvy it out a little bit more, but then also to think outside for who might be interested. For example, at one of our high schools, the librarian is amazing and she does all this mental health stuff. So it's like, it's not the people, it's not the nurse necessarily, or the counselor or the PE teacher. It's sometimes you just need to find out who's passionate about this on your campus, who might be, not the normal person you might think of.
I couldn't agree more. When I was a PE teacher, one of my best advocates was the art teacher, because she created all this free signage and free posters. So when we were doing things, she would make the sign for the cafeteria to go up in the hallway. So truly tap into those that just, want to help. And a lot of times, some of our specials, other areas, they aren't as included. So tap into them for sure. All right. Another question we had for you is, what advice would you give parents who are concerned about child health, about how to communicate those concerns to the district? I know, we've already talked a little bit about surveys, having short surveys go out. But I'm that parent who just doesn't even really know how to navigate the website, right? But I, have this concern. So, what would you give advice to that parent? Let's see, who do I want to start with now? I think Melanie just talked, so we'll move on to John.
Yeah, one, I would just align with them and remind them that, the child's health is our number one, priority as well, that's the focus that we are on too. And I think both sharing that common vision, that whatever you're going to be tackling, it's with that in mind. It's hard for me to speak too much because I don't have too much communication in regards to, the SHAC programs and all of that. But I know whenever it comes to children's allergies, or making sure that they get a well-balanced meal, or making sure that, they're getting, just what their expectation is, that we put in the work to show them that it is important to us, and that there are, everything that is important to them is important to us.
Awesome. Thank you. Sherry?
I would say that one of the important things is starting at the campus level and having those parents know who they can connect with at the campus, and making sure the campus knows, right, what those resources are. And I think it really is highly dependent on the situation. I think it's a great question, because sometimes there's general concerns and this parent wants to get involved with, maybe the wellness committee or helping make improvements. So it's great to have an awareness of where those topics are being discussed and what type of action, what's the outcome that they're looking for, right? Do they want to volunteer? Are they just trying to share the information? Because a lot of that will steer how you're gonna, how that communication, what that communication path needs to look like. But then if it's personal, I think the parent needs a reassurance of where can they go to have that confidential, that sensitive conversation. So I think there's, two different layers there, and that's where the knowledge really comes into play, whether that's going to be through your PTA volunteers, through the campus kind of front end staff, or whatever the correct pathway would be. I think it's really helping the parents connect the dots and making sure that the key players inside the organization know where to take that parent. And sometimes we do see some gaps there, because, as somebody already mentioned, there's so many committees, there's so many different positions. And one day you think that this particular administrator is taking care of this, but you found out that that's actually at the Education Service Center with this brand new position that they created, which is great. great, right? We want to see this type of growth, but it's keeping up with that. And so I think any type of campus materials that can be made available, showing that network, that web as much as possible, those are always great resources for parents to help them self-start, but also to help other parents help those parents navigate, if that makes sense.
No, absolutely. I think, and it ties back to what John was saying, whether it's somebody that having a district question about, allergies versus to that more personal question of this is happening at my child's school, and giving them those different resources. So absolutely great. Thank you, Sherry. Melanie, did you have anything to add on this or?
I was just basically sort of along the same lines. You got to sort of respect the chain of command. So it does depend on where you're going, whether it's a campus question or whether it's a district question, and start with your campus if it can be addressed there, and just make sure that you are open-minded, and remember it's a two-way street and you both have the same goal, like John said. So just persevere though. Don't give up if you don't feel like you've fully gotten the issue resolved. Always feel free to include someone else who you might not have. If you started with, say, the VP, or the assistant principal, then you might want to bring in the counselor if you're not quite feeling comfortable, and then maybe take it from there on steps up the chain.
Absolutely agree. And I also saw Michelle's comment in the chat about that some parents or some districts have said that they've had more success, or it's easier to engage with parents during Zoom. Do y'all kind of feel that way as well? Or do we have Zoom fatigue as we're sitting on a Zoom webinar? I do. I think there's benefits to both. I think that, it is such a platform now that we're used to, and it has a place, and it can be very easy to fit into a schedule versus driving to a meeting. So I think it's kind of like it's the social media versus email versus newsletter, right? It's knowing how to navigate it and not use it too often, but use it when you can. Sherry, did you have that?
I think the other challenge there, as a good kind of chuckling, is knowing exactly how engaged they are. So it's great maybe from an attendance standpoint. And that maybe at least a little bit of the information is getting through. But one thing that we have done quite a bit is really encourage the use of video. And I know when we're in larger situations like this, it's really hard because it sucks up bandwidth. I mean, from a very technical standpoint, it can make the call very difficult to navigate. But the problem is that when you don't have that eye contact and you can't see the engagement, it's hard to know as somebody cooking dinner or somebody, driving at the time. And we don't want to discourage multitasking because we'd rather have somebody there than not, but it really gives an idea of what type of follow-up is needed, right? How much information really did get across in session. And so Zoom has been just amazing in being able to reach parents. We even had some sessions for parents at the very beginning of the pandemic, once a week with an expert. Parents could come and just talk and ask questions about mental health or physical health because we needed something during the pandemic, right? And it was small, but it was very helpful and well received. But like you said, then Zoom fatigue kind of started and we had to try something else. So I think if you mix it up though, it's a great tool.
Yeah. And it's sort of a shameless plug here for Texas PTA, but they've actually released a series of Connect series for parent education. And it's, on a variety of topics, but they're intended to be short, to the point, with content experts. Then that way you're not having to ask parents to come up to the school to do that. But they can take that information, as they receive it. Like you said, they could be multitasking, they may not, but giving them the follow-up information. So, check that out as well from Texas PTA. All right, let's see. I'm looking at the time, Michelle. I know we have about 4 more minutes. So the last question we really have, and I think we can all relate to this, and you may or may not have a short answer to share, but it's basically, what challenges have you faced during the pandemic relating to communications with schools, and how have those challenges been addressed? And I think obviously Zoom was one of the things that we used to navigate those challenges, but anything else, maybe some lessons learned, takeaways that you are doing now as we're sort of getting back to this new normal, but that way maybe we learned during the pandemic and are going to continue. Let's see, they're thinking. I
know. Karen, I'll just say, it's Melanie starting off. I think, like you said, there's the pros and cons of the Zoom, like Sherry said, we have a lot more attendance, but maybe not the engagement. And that's one thing that we noticed we're especially missing is oftentimes when we had our meetings in person, people would at the end maybe stand around in little groups and chit chat and be able to talk to someone and follow up on something right then and there. And those impromptu sort of communications, we've lost that ability in the Zoom because people want to just talk to that one person and say something. And you have it in the chat somewhat, but it's still not the same as you could just walk up to them and kind of stand near and wait for them to finish talking to someone else, and then you ask your question, which you might not feel comfortable doing in the chat. So I'm looking forward to finding that balance as we move back and having some more face-to-face interactions. We have a face-to-face liaison session coming up in March, hopefully. So we might get to see some people and get some suggestions and ideas on how they like to receive their communication. So just.
But I agree. It's it's finding that balance. And I know our SHAC, we toyed with the fact of starting in person and then doing a Zoom and then, so kind of flip-flopping it. But however, because we were also going through textbook adoption, the district coordinator and I, we decided to go ahead and, well, let's continue with the face-to-face. But I do want to see that happen in the future, because I do think that will allow more involvement and more flexibility, but having sort of that balance, but you don't have, like you said, that sort of organic conversation happening at the meeting or after the meeting. So there's nothing that can replace the in-person, but I think it's just sort of that in between. Sherry, do you have any last thoughts?
One of our big takeaways was that we all have saturation points, especially much earlier actually during a pandemic, but that there's information overload and that we don't have to do all the things. That if we can edit and really stick to our core message and our core activities, we're going to be a lot more successful. And it was hard for us to embrace that, I'll be honest, because we want to do all the things, but we actually found out that we are connecting better when we do filter some of those ideas and activities and really focus on a few key programs and communications. And that's going to get our message across a lot more strongly and stick better.
Yeah, quality over quantity, right? All right, John, any last thoughts on that?
No, I definitely agree with quality over quantity. And then just for me, it's not always having to put information out there. It's not always. Right now, this fast media, everybody sort of has the answer quick and wants to answer first. And you want to make sure that you're providing them with the best answer, not just an answer. So sometimes that takes time, and it takes multiple people getting involved so that it's not an off the cusp response or an off the, just a quick answer to satisfy them in that moment. So you come with not just the answer that they're wanting, but with useful information for them to take away beyond, their question.
Thank you, John. Thank you, all of you, so much. Like I said, a lot of this stuff, I know some of it, obviously I did it, but regardless, I was just scribbling as fast as I could. It's been a pleasure moderating y'all with this panel. And I saw Alice light back up off mute rather. I know we're right at 3:30 and we're going to head to the wrap up session, but I did want to turn it out to the group. I know you've been putting some questions in the chat. If there are any more questions, or Alice, do we need to go ahead and wrap this up?
No, I just wanted to also just chime in and say thank you guys. Sherry, Melanie, John, Karen, this was a wonderful session, as were the others for today. And I wanted, before people snuck away, I wanted to make sure that everyone knew. So our next kind of wrap-up session that we're kind of calling the Chew is actually an opportunity for all of our people that are on right now to have a little more dialogue, ask some further questions, and then hear from some of our steering committee members, some of whom you've may have heard from today that were moderators, but others who are also on to help in, dig a little deeper, or maybe answer some questions that didn't get answered throughout today. And so thank you, Karen. We really appreciate you and your team on effective communication. And it was definitely a great session. Thank you. Oh, Michelle, thank you. So Michelle has put up on the screen now. We have a number of resources coming up. At the beginning of the day, I did talk about the Texas Shack Network sign be up later this month, and we want to thank United Healthcare because they're helping sponsor the development of that particular resource and tool that will be helpful for all of our shacks. But then we also want to highlight the YouTube channel.
Alice, did you go off?
Alice has been having some technical difficulties. So her electricity was out and she did get it back, but it looks like it's gone out again. So we will be sharing this information in a PDF file along with all the slides from the previous ones. And you will be able to access a lot of the webinars we've done on a range of topics on YouTube. And then just quick tomorrow, we have social emotional learning, physical education, and the role of school nutrition. So I think we have a really good session set up for tomorrow. So I think we want to gather our steering committee members. I'm going to stop this share and see if we can't get everybody to join us. Anyone is welcome to open their mic, open their video, and we'll, including me, I guess, huh? Hopefully Alice will come back because she was going to kind of guide us through this session. Is she off totally? Let's see. She must have gotten kicked off again. So I do think we had a great day. I feel like our opening panel talking about all the different ways to involve communities and schools and parents was awesome. Does anybody have any comments on our opening session or any takeaways that they got from that group this morning? Tricia, I think you're muted. You must have checked your volume on your computer. No.
Oh, I'm still muted. I'll pipe in that sadly I didn't get to hear much of it, Michelle, so I'm looking forward to the recording. I have a little one home today sick that was sick with a stomach bug the other night. So I'm so glad that this is being recorded, and I'm so glad that you can go back and, like you said, view all your other webinars too.
Does anybody that's still on have a comment about this first session this morning?
Am I still muted?
No, you're off now. You're open.
No. That is so strange. I got a message that said the host asked you to unmute, so I clicked on your button. I was just going to say, I thought I heard a common thread through a couple of the presentations that were basically saying that when you build trust, you can do that through building relationships. And so when we were talking about that first session on the engagement, you know, not just of the students, but their whole family, the whole community, you know, the faculty at the campus, the importance of digging deeply, that this is not just surface communication. And I was pleased that the principal brought into play the fact that, you know, she does a monthly coffee discussion with parents. They can bring up anything they want, you know, open door, and, you know, out in the community, and they have a church that does the reading program. And I like the idea of the prayer box. I'm my church outreach chair, and I'm going to do that with the 2 schools we adopted. I think, you know, holding them in prayer is one thing, but having a specific prayer box is, I just never thought of it. But I'm impressed with the number of steps all of those panelists were taking to engage everyone, students, parents, community, everyone. And it was really heartwarming in particular. I mean, people kept saying, you know, with pandemic, it's been different. Well, yeah, but look at all the creative techniques they've employed. So I think the resiliency and the creativity is just heartwarming.
Trisha, I love that. And I love the fact that I would echo many of your sentiments. One of my key takeaways, and I'd love to hear from others, was the chit chat idea, which I think you mentioned. When we all are so very busy, and certainly in our schools, to take the time to get to know people as people, and not only the role or the job or the position that they hold, how invaluable that can be in building a relationship with someone, that can lead to just better understanding of each position and maybe the role, or you know, help enlighten with a different strategy of how to reach into an audience. I thought from that morning session, that was my key takeaway that I wrote down, was just getting to know people, not just as a principal or as a school nurse, or, you know, taking the time to get to know someone. Perfect.
I agree. And I love the different perspectives we've heard all day, because they've all lended a little bit different twist and make you think more about, you know, instead of just the same old way. So I've been pleased.
Perfect. I apologize, guys. I keep seeming to have some technical difficulties today. Okay, so Trisha, were you our first member to steering committee member? Yes. To chime in? Oh, wonderful. Okay, who else is on it? Not only steering committee, I would, hello?
You're there.
There you are.
Okay, I would love to hear from some of our other members that are still on right now.
I just think all of the sessions today have been extremely educational for all of us. I think we all do have Zoom fatigue, but when you interact like this, it makes it a lot easier. And I loved having Kayla, the youth, share her perspective. And I'm really proud of her. She's part of my team board, so she's quite the young lady. But anyway, I think all of them have been really, really great.
I think there's a couple of themes that keep coming up in almost every session was transparency and it's communication and making sure you're actually communicating what you think you're communicating. You know, when you're doing things electronically, people misinterpret it. When you do things, even in an email can go wrong. So making sure that, you know, everyone's hearing what you really want them to hear. And then, and I just lost the other one. I'll think of it.
Well, and to chime in on that, on hearing, you know, getting all the things out in different avenues, just going to the communication session, that quality over quantity. I mean, I'm guilty of that, right? You know, when you want to share things, you know, whether it be a newsletter or something, I've pared the Texas PTA newsletter down considerably, even over the past couple of years, because I used to just, you know, share so much. And, you know, now it's those succinct bullets, because you know, trying to get it to where people would click on it and not, you know, shuffle us through as much stuff. Because I know I can't do that. I see it, I glaze over and I delete it. So I'm trying to learn from my own mistakes.
Bullet points. I mean, it's like I'll have sitting here with 5 paragraphs and go, okay, give me 5 bullet points out of the 5 paragraphs, because that's all they're going to read. You know, people don't have time to digest paragraphs of information.
Yeah, I think we had some really down to earth, grounded thinking today. And one thing that came back to me was the Cameron ISD comment that they really want people to be there. They don't try to say, come to the school. They say, we'll go within walking distance of where you are. You know, where can we be that this would be accessible to you to have as many there as possible. So just things that we haven't been doing. We've been saying, come to the school, or, you know, wherever the entity is, instead of trying to branch out and partner with other community locations or other community members for that matter.
That's wonderful. So I see we do still have a couple of our conference participants on. Does anybody want to chime in on what they took from today?
I know you asked for conference participants, but I had one more, Alice.
No, please go ahead.
I had to break the silence. You know, and I feel like I wanted to improve on this within Richardson, and even within the own school, and that's it's getting the student information. You know, we think so much about parents and that two-way communication with the parents in the district, but truly getting in there, getting those kids' opinions, having them share their ideas with you. So not just opinions, but let them come up with a solution. They're going to have more buy-in, more ownership, more excitement about it from elementary all the way to high school. So I'm leaving this today with really want to follow up on that, the student engagement, and do it better.
Does anybody have any thoughts on the legislative policy session, talking about all the different things that shacks are now required to be involved with? Is it a deterrent? Does it make you want to be more involved?
Good afternoon. Like someone said earlier, is very tricky. I think it was Amber. Like the interpretation of the wording is very tricky. So I can read it and think one thing, and Michelle, you can read it and think something else, and then we both read it together and we come up with another conclusion. So you know, that's the one thing that is really hard. And right now we're all trying to decipher what it is that we're supposed to do. And so we're all contacting each other and be like, okay, what do you think? What are you doing? And I mean, it's bringing us all together to do the work together, but then without any true guidelines, it's like, okay, are we really doing this correctly? I mean, we're gonna go through things and fingers crossed that we're doing it correctly, because we're doing it of good faith, and we're not trying to, you know, have any ill intent, and we're trying to do what's best for our district and the kids and the parents. But then it's like, and like I think Jasmine said earlier, it's the law, but we're not really gonna get our hands slapped, but we still want to do things correctly.
We did talk about that with our little group, that it doesn't matter what I think or what Amber thinks is the interpretation. It really, like, find your legal department, your legal counsel in your district, because that's who's going to have your back on it. Because you're right, everybody does interpret it differently.
And I mean, seriously grateful to Michelle for making the connection with somebody from TASB. That's huge for us, that we have somebody that can answer the questions and that like has the actual knowledge to make the right call too.
And she has agreed to work with us through the next session. So we're going to talk about how we could potentially modify that law to make it not quite so cumbersome. If not, I'd love to get rid of it, but this is Texas, so I'm not sure that's going to happen. But
I believe she put her contact information in the chat.
Yes.
Michelle, I apologize. I was hoping you could reiterate for me because I think I lost connection at one point. Was she able to clarify the recording of minutes? I'm sorry, of meetings for Shacks. Could you share what that response was?
Yeah, it's all meetings have to be recorded and follow the agenda posted, not just the ones relating to
right.
Yeah. So
okay, so it is what we thought. We thought it was for all meetings. Okay,
yeah.
Perfect. Thank you.
It was exciting there for a minute.
I know.
I was like, oh my gosh.
Okay, so it is in fact, I was going to say, I know I have visited with agents and others who had contacted me, and I was under the impression it was for all meetings as well. So, okay, so that is the plan.
Yeah, we thought we had opt out versus opt in taken care of, even when they added it back into the finance, that was supposed to be taken out, and it didn't happen. I mean, everything we thought we'd negotiated got tossed, and they left everything in. So I do think that we had some support to get that changed next session.
Okay, perfect. I think I saw a note from John.
That's
John, do you want to pop in, John? We'd love to hear your comments.
I was just saying that, the suggestion that it would improve parental engagement into the student's learning process, that's a noble idea, but I don't think it's really realistic. And the opt-in versus opt-out, I think is gonna, like others had commented, we're gonna have, classes with 3 or 5 kids in it. And some of that important information is not going to get to where it needs to be. Maybe the after school, we could have programming for the after school to talk about it, where the kids could go if they're interested in it, in learning about it.
That's what Austin ISD has done that for many years. They've offered programs after school because their interpretation is that those aren't required to meet the same requirements. So Amber, do y'all do after school programs around sexual health?
Not around sexual health specifically. We have after 21st century grant after school programs across the district, but they haven't addressed these topics in the past. We did discover that we have some during the school day presentations, like from the local police department, come in and address some of these topics. So that came up with, oh, we're going to have to address this via an opt-in permission slip from here on out. And that was one of my questions that I may ask Jasmine. Could we have a generic enough permission slip where it would cover not only the curriculum lessons that we're going to offer, but also if a campus was offering special sessions, could they include that in their permission slip or their special presentations and be covered as well? So it wouldn't have to be 2 separate things.
I would guess you could. I mean, her attitude on the 2 meetings covering both.
And I was so glad she said that, because we did that.
Yeah.
We were having both the meetings within one. So when she said that, I was like, okay, good. We're not knowingly breaking any laws.
So Hayden, did you want to?
They also,
sorry, Hayden mentioned the new Shack guide. Is this is not the one that's already up? So this is, when was this one?
Yes. So I kind of missed the opportunity when you guys were talking about it earlier. But the Shack guide will be the new, like, 2022 version, which will include the House Bill 1525 and the Senate Bill 9 language in it. It took many hiccups because we updated it And then we updated it again for House Bill 1525. And then now we updated it a third time for Senate Bill 9 that came later. So hopefully at the upcoming TSHAC meeting at the end of this month, they have to vote on it to approve, but once it's done, we'll publish it and we'll promote it in the Friday beat and we'll send it to you.
Awesome. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Alice, are you still with us? Yes.
Yeah.
Just scroll up and look.
No, yeah, I understand. Okay. Those are the questions that I had. I see we still have a couple of minutes left. I was trying to go through my notes to see if there were any other key takeaways or areas that we might want to delve into. Certainly the policy one was one where I still had some questions, but I'm glad to hear there's a little clarification there. Anybody else have questions or additional comments that they would like to share? Okay. Michelle, anything else? If not, hearing none, I would say that we give everybody 5 minutes back on their on their schedule. We end up finishing up a few minutes early.
Yay, that's always good. We'll be back tomorrow at 8:30.
Yes, please. We would love to have everybody join us at 8:30. We've got some fantastic panels also scheduled for tomorrow. Some more really great information to share. So hope that we see you tomorrow. Thank you everyone again for taking the time today.
Thanks.
Thank you. Have a good evening.
Bye, everybody.
Bye-bye.